Good morning, my colleagues. I hope you are ready for discussions by now. And I hope most of you are already connected. So as far as I can see from this end, quite a few people are already online. So I would like to start the meeting this morning. In any case, I wish you a very warm welcome to the second day of Part 3 of the open-ended intergovernmental working group on the reflection on the listing mechanisms. It is a pleasure to see you all back in the virtual room, and I'm looking forward to embarking on today's session. Now, we had a very productive day yesterday, and I thank you once again for your active participation and cooperation in yesterday's debate. If I may, allow me to briefly summarize what we had accomplished yesterday. First, we have had lively debates on several of the topics under item 10 of the agenda on issues linked to the annual number of files. These include the topics from 1 to 3, as well as the issue on backlogs. Now, while the conclusion on the topics are yet to be finalized, we have made important progress and examined together the draft recommendations related to those topics. The Secretariat has circulated last evening, it was quite late, or maybe early morning today, those recommendations as they were amended during the afternoon session of yesterday. So the working group methodology of examining the recommendations with both options A and B at the same time, that was very effective. It has enabled us to fine-tune our positions on those topics, and as I had hoped, that has led us to concrete recommendations that are a good basis for reaching consensus. Let us continue today's discussion in this constructive spirit. As I indicated at the end of yesterday, I wish to continue our discussion on the recommendation text for the topics covered under item 10. We shall then continue with the examination of the 4 topics under item 11, other issues requiring further reflection, which are topics from 6 to 9 as presented in document 11. Once all topics are examined, the Bureau will meet once more to adjust the final version of the draft recommendations with the support of the Secretariat. These will then be circulated to you prior to their adoption under item 12. So in short, what I intend to do now is to go back to the draft recommendations. And I hope every one of you has the document with you. But before getting into the discussions on the recommendations, I would like to ask the Secretariat to provide some information on several questions asked yesterday. So, Mr. Curtis, would you like to explain that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and hello, good morning, or good afternoon to everyone following online. Indeed, yesterday we had a couple of questions which we needed a little bit of time to check, so I'll just briefly go over those. The first one was from Colombia relating to the actual costs, or I think it was a couple of countries asked actually this question: how do we come to the cost of 20,000? So in a sense, we've done a more detailed breakdown. Of course, these are always somewhat estimations. Some files require a bit more work. They are based on the cost of the advisory services and their meetings and their travel, the cost of the advisory services, which is their meetings and travel, the technical cost for the organization of the 3 meetings of the evaluation body, plus the time spent in the committee examining, and then finally the support provided, let's say the costs of the Secretariat input. So we've found that it's about $3,600 per file, for the advisory services by evaluation body members, and in particular those from developing countries and accredited non-NGOs, whose travel and fees are paid for. The technical costs for the organization of the 3 meetings of the evaluation body and for the committee session days linked to the examination of nominations amount to approximately $6,600 per file. They include, amongst other things, the interpretation costs, the transcriptions, the translation of documents, which is quite important for the evaluation body as well as for the committee, and as well as logistical costs linked to each of the meetings, and then the staff time that we estimate supported by the Secretariat, which is at various levels, including from myself to between 5 and 9 staff on each file, and we estimate that to be approximately $10,000.
You are muted.
Am I muted?
Oh yeah, you are muted.
Oh, why am I muted? Sorry, UNESCO, I don't control here. Somebody needs to unmute me. Caroline?
No, it's okay. Oh, it's okay.
Sorry, somebody muted me, I'm sorry. Where was I when I was muted? I was talking about the costs. Did I cover the technical costs for the meetings? Did you hear that? Yes, okay, so the last was the support provided by the Secretariat. We estimate that to be around $10,000 per file, which is all the staff time required at all levels of the staff at any stage is between 5 to 9 staff members for each of the steps, including the technical completeness, all of the technical requirements. So that's our estimate of the costs incurred for the processing of files on the side of the committee. Of course, it does not include the costs that member states themselves spend on each file. Sorry. The second question was to ask us to give some more detailed information around the backlog situation, and we've done this, and there's some interesting numbers that have come up. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to show on the screen. First of all, we can see at the moment now there's 111 files from 34 countries in the backlog. This figure is different from the one in the working document, which gave 129, because a number of these files were dealt with in the 16th session of the committee, and so the number has gone down since that session. As the Secretariat, we are also currently identifying files for the 2023 cycle, and some of the nominations that used to be recorded as a backlog file will become active files, and also that's why the overall number is lower. No doubt then at the end we may have some more because of what we call this priority 0 backlog, and we'll come later to that. So if we can we show now the document on the screen? I don't see it. Okay.
It's actually shown here.
Huh? Okay, yes. So these are the countries and the number of backlog files. But just to notice, and we can go through, out of the 111 files, 82 files from 17 countries are more than 4 years old. So 74% of our current backlog is more than 4 years old, and of those, 82, 33 were submitted in 2009 and 35 in 2011. Remember, it was in 2014 that the ceiling gets introduced and the limitation per country. So the remaining 14 files are spread over different years. And then we were asked about how many backlog files were withdrawn and then resubmitted. And so we'll show this table here. But to summarize the table, 45 backlog files from 17 state parties have been withdrawn since 2012. Of these, 9 files were resubmitted in subsequent cycles. In 5 cases, the withdrawn file was a national file, but was later resubmitted as a multinational nomination. And in 2 cases, the withdrawn file was resubmitted as part of an extension of an element at the national level. So you can go through, and so that shows that indeed we've got about, out of 45 withdrawn files, about 16 of them came back for re-examination. Now there's a final table I'd like to look, because I think it tells an important story. And here you look at how we've been treating backlog files in the last few committee sessions. So what you have in green, if you look, let's take 2019. We had 15 backlog files treated. So we had 56 files, 41 were new, and 15 were backlog files. But out of the 15, 10 were essentially priority 0 nomination backlogs. So they were just waiting for their spot the next year, whereas 5 were what we could call real backlog files. Then in 2020, we have 9 what we call priority 0 backlogs, 5 total backlog files that get processed. In 2020, we had a total of 22 backlogs, so there was in 2021 a big jump there again. Again, of the 22, 13 were priority 0 backlogs, and 9 were older than 1 year, you see. And then that went down again in 2022, where the priority 0 backlogs jumps up to 19, but the old backlogs 3. So I think this gives a clearer picture, and I thank also delegates for getting us to do this work and look into it in more detail. I think the story it tells is indeed we do have backlog files. We have, in essence, if we take out the 68 files that were submitted in 2009 and 2011 that have been there since 2009, 2011, we actually have 14 backlog files left. And we can see on the past few years that we get anywhere between 3 and 5, in one case 9, backlog files treated. So that is the current situation with the backlog, and I think it gives a bit more information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. With this information, I would like to proceed to the examination of the draft recommendations. So can we see it on the screen? Okay, this is where we left yesterday. Now, the first paragraph, most of the countries supported the number 55, at least 55, maximum 60. That is the original option A, paragraph 1. But as you remember, at least 2 countries supported the increase of the number to 65 at least and 70 maximum. So, but before getting into this particular issue, let me go to the paragraph after that. In paragraph 2, we have international assistance, but there we more or less have an agreement. Now, let me go to paragraph 3. Here, perhaps there may be a key for compromise. Now, we have 2 versions there. One of them suggested, there was a suggestion to take out paragraph 1 of option B and bring it into option A. Now, we have 2 versions there. The first version is proposed by several countries, and this is essentially calls for a need to increase the resources to support the work of the evaluation body. Now, Saudi Arabia, drafted by the Secretariat yesterday, Saudi Arabia made some presentation, and then on the basis of it, Secretariat has drafted a formulation. This could provide a bridge between different delegations. Now, first of all, I would like to concentrate on this particular Saudi Arabian proposal drafted by the Secretariat. So first of all, I would like to open the floor for comments on this paragraph. Later we can go back to paragraph 1, but before discussing paragraph 1, perhaps we should discuss paragraph 3, particularly in the second formulation. Now the floor is open for interventions, please. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank the Secretariat for working hard into drafting this and to all other things. Before I start, I would like to kindly request if Mr. Tim can share the valuable information that he had just provided to us, the tables and the numbers. I think it's very interesting, and I think we all ought to see it and enlighten ourselves by our thoughts by reviewing it. So if it's possible, we would like him to share it with all of us. Looking at the paragraph now, Mr. Chair, the way the Secretariat drafted it is amazing. We're very satisfied with it. I think it bridges the gap. Before, I was and we were, a number of countries were towards option B, but I think this will bridge the gap between A and B. It is realistic. It doesn't create immediate pressure on the Secretariat. It gives them ample time to plan and provide something realistic for us member states to support. So I think it is brilliant the way it has been done, and I look forward for the support of all member states. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Yes, the information will be shared to the registered participants of this working group. Okay, having said that, let me just go back to the formulation which is shown there. Any more views on this issue? Ambassador of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Let me also start thanking the Secretariat for drafting the text. Mr. Chair, looking at the text, to me, I just would like to add something because of the resources at the end, as an ex-chair of the FA yourself, the resources always will come from the executive board. So I'm trying to see, if we can add, I want to add a sentence where it says, if the text, if the Secretariat with me, the Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal. If we can add after the General Assembly, Mr. Chair, after the General Assembly, and open a bracket, and to the Executive Board of UNESCO. And to the Executive Board, yes. Then you close the bracket. This way, at least we know that, we have to address this resources needed at the Executive Board. That's from my part. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, as you might recall, the C4, C5 discussions and together with the biannual budget was closed before this working group started. It was closed in June, and this working group started in July. That's why I wasn't able to, take care of this particular issue in the process of drafting budget. I'm sorry for that, but it was a bit too late at that stage. So as you said, yes, it is very important that the executive board has to be lobbied for this. Perhaps we need to provide a draft resolution at a later stage to this effect. Okay, now Burkina Faso, please.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Chair, thank you for giving us this draft recommendation in advance. It's an opportunity for us to have an idea on what's involved and see what can be proposed. When we look at this from the outside, when we look at the two proposals, and in particular the proposal of Saudi Arabia and the other presented by Colombia and Portugal, I think this is a very judicious way of starting the work. You start with paragraph 3, before we go back to the beginning. And I think I did the same thing without realizing that that was what you were going to do. And when I look at these two proposals, what they're after is sustainability. We want long-term viability to solve the problem of human and financial resources. And when I look at these two proposals, I think the content really covers this idea. So why are we after this sustainability for financial and human resources? Well, this is where we can see that Saudi Arabia's proposal states it clearly so that we can cope with the increase in the workload and in the number of files. The increase in the number of files, which is impinging on the Secretariat's ability to do its work. That's what I wanted to make as a comment, and in our opinion, Saudi Arabia's proposal is fairly close to what Colombia and Portugal want, except we have more detail about the increasing number of files. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, in the spirit that you mentioned earlier, maybe we can combine those two options. There may not be options here. For example, we can say sustainable staffing requirements of the Secretariat need to be resolved for the support required to further implement the work of the evaluation body. And then we can say the Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal. So we can combine those two things and take all the elements that you mentioned into our draft. That may be one way to go. Okay. Well, this is not really a proposal, but I just tried to combine two things into one. So let me read what I have with me here. Sustainable staffing requirements of the Secretariat need to be resolved for the support required to further implement the work of the evaluation body. The Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed for increasing the annual ceiling of the nominations for examination by the committee for transmission to the 10th session of the General Assembly and to the Executive Board of UNESCO in order to decide on the allocation of necessary resources for the sustainable staffing requirements of the Secretariat. Well, this was just, this was an effort to combine the spirits of elements into one paragraph. Can I solicit a comment? The Kuwait to be followed by Lithuania. Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I agree with you with the combination. It's, I think, it will cover all of them, and you can add the name of Kuwait on this new proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me. Okay, Lithuania to be followed by Switzerland. Lithuania, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that also that it's a very good solution and very good proposal to combine the both amendments, and we would welcome it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I got confused, but Venezuela asked for the floor before, right? Okay, Venezuela, you have the floor to be followed by Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think the way we're moving forward is definitely very constructive. Yesterday, I posed one question a couple of times regarding the methods of work. I think it was at least in 2011, in which there was a closer cooperation between the evaluating bodies, subsidiary bodies, and the national experts that allowed to evaluate a great number of files without increasing cost or without any additional cost. So I'm not saying, again, to copy necessarily that, but I think it will be also it will be necessary to evaluate, since we're about the possibility of one methods of work of that during in that experience could also be applied here, that would allow us to evaluate a greater number of files without necessarily increasing significantly the costs associated. And having said that, I also want to express my thanks for the Secretariat and for Tim for the information provided before regarding the backlog and the associated costs of the evaluation of the files. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank you for the draft recommendation and the text as drawn up. Obviously, the Secretariat, with its needs for human and financial resources, this is obvious, and so we would support paragraph 3 as proposed by Colombia, Portugal, Saudi Arabia, and now with Kuwait. And we have to say for a forwarding to the 10th General Assembly, because we have to leave the procedure at the level of the committee. And I would like to repeat that our delegation is in favor of option A with the maximum of 55 or 60, and we say, as we said yesterday, that it is important to have the human and financial resources needed to process more than 60 files, and this is a framework that we need to adopt to be pragmatic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I, too, would like to support the proposal as stated here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, before going further on the question, on the issue mentioned by Venezuela, Tim, would you like to say something?
I think it's very difficult to compare with 2009 when it was also the first year of the work of the evaluation body, a completely different structure. We will look into it and we will capture this in the summary records of this thing and look into it. I suspect, just off the top of my head, that it was linked to the fact that the two bodies were completely separate and only experts, national experts, were in one of the two bodies. But I take note, and we will examine that system, I think, which existed for 1 or 2 years in more detail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, sorry for the confusion. No, we have now Saudi Arabia to be followed by Malaysia. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to support your amendment as is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Malaysia to be followed by Japan. Malaysia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malaysia would like to support the draft provided by the Chair, Kuwait, for this number 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Japan to be followed by Colombia. Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to congratulate or thank the Secretariat for its work and Saudi Arabia, and we also would like to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
China.
Okay, now Colombia to be followed by China. Colombia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for the work on the Secretariat, finding constructive and mutual solutions to all. So Colombia would be also, we will also support the new amendment. I think it's clear and it reflects what we wanted to have more concrete solutions to this problem. But also I would like to join Switzerland in saying that we really want still to have a ceiling of maximum 60 for the moment while we find a solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll come to the point after this discussion. Now we have China. China, please.
Dear colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. First of all, as suggested by the chairman, we are first of all focused on the paragraph 3. My delegation would like to express our support to the proposal by the distinguished delegate of Saudi Arabia and drafted by the Secretariat. And we do appreciate the input of the chair to combine these two parts. However, our concern is regarding to the staffing requirements. As our understanding is that when we're talking about the staffing requirements, it has to go through the overall framework of the UNESCO, going through all the human resource department and other very much more complicated procedures, which will require quite a durable process. So this might, cause a lot of complicatedness to this work. So we are not quite sure if we are putting this frame expression here will do have some implication in this regard. So we would like to have more information. How will this, how exactly these implications would be? And so in having said that, we also like to once again say that we are in favor of the proposal by the Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also we will come back to the to other comments regarding to the other paragraphs. Thank you.
Yes, yes, of course. Let me just explain a little bit about the process here, because I was doing the FA last year and the year before. What happens is perhaps what we have to do is in the executive board, we may need to have a decision regarding this resource allocation. And then at the same time, in doing so, we also have to go to the financial office and also the human resources office for negotiation. And all of this would take some time, as you rightly pointed out. Yes, it does take some time, but at the end of the day, the net result would be the increase of personnel in the division that Tim is overseeing. So it does take time, but there is a way. We have done this for other divisions and other units in different parts of the Secretariat. For example, we created SEEDS unit as a result of the decision by the Executive Board. So in that way, we can work towards the increase of the personnel in Tim's division. That will certainly, prepare a condition for the increase of the number of files. So we have 2 more years because budget cycle here is for 2 years. So it's reasonable to start the process now with the agreement from the committee and also from the General Assembly, and then work towards in the process of this executive board. And we would probably need to prepare a draft decision, and at the same time, we have to work towards the financial and human resources divisions. So there is a process, but we can make efforts for that direction. Well, this is just to clarify the process. Now, okay, let me go back to the list of speakers. Kuwait to be followed by Peru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry taking the floor on this again for the same item. I was gonna just echo what you said. This is approach. It's a sustainable approach. I think this is, it's more work, but it has a long-lasting outcome and result for this convention. Mr. Chair, one more item. One more thing I'd like to, and again, Kuwait would like to emphasize the original your proposal. The chair without the Switzerland part. That's what we support. Mr. Chair, I would like also to have this in the record when the Secretariat preparing the report. Please, they let them have two routes in the existing resources and what's needed from the existing resources. But also, I think in the report, I would like to see the resources prior to 2013, before the budget cut. So in the report, I would like to see is the two scenarios. Now, how the resources are, and also what was the scenario. What's the resources available to the convention prior to 2013? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Morocco to be followed by Austria. Morocco, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to support that last amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Austria to be followed by Finland. Austria, are you online?
Excuse me, President, we raised your hand before.
Okay, sorry for a bit of the confusion here. Peru is first, and to be followed by Austria. Peru, please.
Thank you, President. We just would like to express our support for the paragraph proposed by the chair, which we consider it more completed and balanced. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Austria to be followed by Finland. Austria, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. From what I've heard, if we read paragraph 1, where we are speaking about the ceiling and about the fixing of the ceiling, and what we see in paragraph 3, to some extent, it might be contradictions. And also from what China has said, it is a very complicated procedure we are now suggesting. So I would like to support what Switzerland has said, to delete the final part, and also Colombia has confirmed that we do not get into a contradiction among our paragraphs with one. So on the one hand, we are speaking about the procedure and keeping it, and then on the other hand, we speak about having more resources, which is of course very desirable, and we of course support it to have more resources. But I also remind you of the discussion we had yesterday concerning resources also needed for other aspects, not only for the listing mechanism, but also like for capacity building and the whole discussion we had yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finland to be followed by Sweden. Finland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank colleagues for the hard work yesterday and for the Secretariat for sending in the draft recommendation. Finland would like to join the countries in favor of option A, so we would very much be in favor of keeping the ceiling in 50 to 60 files per year. If more resources can be found, other options can naturally be considered, but we would also like to support the amendment by Switzerland. Thank you.
Okay, Sweden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sweden thinks it's very important to find a way towards in this discussion, and we think that the last amendment is good, but we also want to join what Switzerland, Austria, and Finland has said earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, so what we... Sorry? Anybody else? Okay, Thailand, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to congratulate the Bureau and the Chair for coming up with a very good, in fact, excellent set of recommendations. I'm sorry that we did not receive the text in the email, and the text shown in front of me happened to come only in French, so that would limit my participation to a great extent. But nevertheless, I would like to say something about the, since many people yesterday said something about we have to consider other important priorities, not only listing. I would like to address that. I think listing is very important because the entire process of listing requires cooperation and capacity building at community and national levels, which actually promotes more awareness, more safeguarding in the long run, and visibility of ICH globally, regionally, and nationally, and locally too. So if we recognize the importance of listing, not just as listing, but to include other priorities as well, we can be more open to the increase of the annual ceiling, at least on a temporary basis until the backlog list is decreased to a comfortable level. I know budget is a problem and staffing is a problem. We therefore would like to support the amendment proposed by Saudi Arabia as seen on the screen, and we trust in your ability to negotiate for a sustainable way forward of our work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now the last issue in front of us is whether we should, because I do recognize that there were overwhelming support for this paragraph, but several countries wanted to delete the last part. I understand that from transmission to the end. Now, that is an issue at this moment. Well, from my perspective, as a former FA chair, I would personally like to see the last part, because that last part clearly shows what we have to do in the process ahead. That is my personal impression. But can I ask Switzerland, Austria, Finland, Sweden, do we really need to delete the last part? Is that, because we are coming to the issue on paragraph 1 at a later stage. But I don't really clearly understand why we have to delete the last part. This is just to show the process very clearly, not much more than that. So can I ask those 4 countries, Switzerland, Austria, Finland, Sweden, is it, because we are slightly running out of time, so I wonder if we really have to delete the last part. We recognize Switzerland on the screen. So, yes, please, Switzerland.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues will add to what I'm saying, but to me, it seems like it's really important to delete the first part. So the Secretary needs to prepare a detailed proposal for in order to decide on the allocation resources. We've talked about resources and needs for the examination of nomination, but also for other important tasks of the committee. So we want this proposal to be more open, so that there's an overview of all finances needed. Thank you.
Well, before going further, can I just confirm, because I may have misunderstood what Switzerland proposed. I thought the proposal was to delete the last part, I mean, the part starting with for transmission up until the end of the Secretariat. So was it your proposal, was it something different?
Our proposal is to transform the sentence. The Secretariat needs to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed for examination by the committee. So deleting for increasing the annual ceiling of nomination.
So, okay, and then you probably want to delete after transmission as well, after transmission to the end. That was your proposal. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. The issue is very clear. Now we have Colombia to be followed by Venezuela. Colombia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Je dois dire que même si
And I must say, even though I often agree with Switzerland, on this one, not so much.
Maybe to widen a little bit, because two things. First of all, yesterday, one of the things that came in the discussion was the need of revising the structure and the capacity of the Secretariat of the Convention. And I think we all agree this is not only if we want to support an increase on the number of files, but also for the convention in general, because we have 180 countries, etc. That being said, that can be done only if we actually transfer for this scenario of the convention to the General Assembly and to the Executive Board. So in that sense, I think it will be quite convenient to take this on, because otherwise we will have yet again and again the working group and again reflect on something. And here I believe with this kind of language, we really have the opportunity to change things. And I think it's a good opportunity, and I think we can make it. That being said, for the first part, and also recalling what my previous colleagues said from Austria and on, if this is such a good opportunity, we should widen it a little bit, not only for the increasing of the annual ceiling. So if I may propose, if we can say, so it comes, sustainable staffing requirements of the Secretariat need to be resolved for the support required to further implement the convention, the 2003 convention, including the work of the evaluation body. Exactly. And then the Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed for, needed, and I don't know if we can say including the increasing of annual, I don't know if including, maybe somebody with better English can help me out, and Venezuela is next, so I hope you can kind of give me a hand. But what I mean with this amendment is if we are taking this already to the Executive Board in view to General Assembly, let's dream big. This is not only a problem about the ceiling of the of the nominations as we have discussed. We really want more capacity building. We really want more education and intangible heritage. We want a lot of things. So I believe we can push this a little forward. And with this, it answered the needs of everybody. So I hope this is a good idea. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So if you can only put down that Colombia doesn't want to delete the last part, it will be great.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, I know. Before going to Venezuela, I would be inclined to say that the last part, the suggestion was to delete the part starting for transmission up until the end. That is not a core of the proposal from Switzerland, Austria, Finland, and Sweden. So that's why I wasn't able to understand why we have to delete this. But the core issue here is whether we should specify resources needed for increasing the annual ceiling of nomination. That is the core issue, and therefore, I would like to encourage the speakers to speak on that point, because at the end of the day, the last part can stay. I mean, it doesn't do any harm. But nonetheless, whether we should specify annual ceiling or the increasing the annual ceiling of nominations, that's a very important issue here. Okay, I would like to encourage the speakers to concentrate on that point. Venezuela to be followed by the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Okay, so many things. For the last part, we support your observation that it should remain the transmission to the 10th session of General Assembly, as it kind of establishes a feasible roadmap on how we would go about this. On regards to the increasing the annual ceiling of nominations, there are many who have spoken for it. Perhaps there's a way to go about it, because I think the concern that many have is that there's still, even though we have dealt with a lot with the backlog, but there's still a significant amount of the backlog, and there are obviously new inscriptions coming in, which is completely understandable and normal. So perhaps something could be drafted to indicate that it would be at least on an extraordinary basis to deal with the backlog, and if possible, or something that to refer it to where, like, if it's deemed possible and necessary. Perhaps is a way of going about it, because this was a concern presented by China, Venezuela supported, and also I think Peru, etc., of that we need to evaluate the possibility of increasing the annual ceiling a little bit, so it allows not so much to increase the new inscriptions coming in, but to deal with this, because we're still maintaining priority 0. And we're still maintaining the principle that it will be one file, at least one file every 2 years. So the new inscriptions coming in would still kind of be plateauing. So it would just kind of allow to deal with the backlog, I think. So perhaps that would be just the observation, to include something referencing the increasing the annual ceiling of nomination on an extraordinary basis to manage the situation of the backlogs. Perhaps it's a way of going about it, but I defer back to you, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now Netherlands to be followed by Morocco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think for the Netherlands, the last part of the paragraph is fine, but we do agree with Colombia and also Switzerland that it would be good if we have more resources to look at them in a broader way to implement the convention. So the Netherlands would like to support Colombia's amendment to further implement the 2003 convention. And we would also like to support Switzerland's amendment to delete for increasing the annual ceiling of nominations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now Morocco to be followed by Finland. Morocco, please.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would simply say that I support the proposal made by Colombia. Indeed, I think that this is quite interesting because it actually relates to the ultimate goal, which is the implementation of the 2003 convention. So I think it's very good. As to deleting the last paragraph, I'm not in favor of that because it only actually reminds us of the process. And so I would like to keep the last paragraph, therefore, because it's not a problem at all in the text. It doesn't change anything in the text. It's just a reminder of the process. But if we delete increasing the annual ceiling of nominations, it will empty the text of all of its meaning. And I think that, indeed, the discussion today revolves around the ceiling of nominations. So I'm very much in favor of keeping this sentence for increasing the annual ceiling of nominations. I think it's very important for the balance in the text and based on the objective we have in our discussion today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now, I think I skipped Kuwait. I'm sorry for that. So Kuwait to be followed by Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's fine. Mr. Chair, I'm a bit confused with our colleagues from Switzerland, Netherlands. If they start by removing the tools for us to increase, the resources in a capacity in a sustainable way, which is the General Assemblies, then the Executive Board. This is it's just a tool to reflect if we need to increase the resources. Then, Mr. Chair, you asked them to clarify the reason. Then they started to add another by deleting the increase. Mr. Chair, I think this last part, if we remove it, that then we remove the way of increasing the resources. And I don't think that's the Switzerland and Netherlands and all other people in Finland. They want to remove the way how we're going to increase the resources. My second part, Mr. Chair, since yesterday we are talking about the number of increasing the files. And we reached, all intervention yesterday from, most of our colleagues who oppose it. And I understand because of lack of resources. So we said, okay, we will keep the 55 to 60, until we have a proper resources and doing it through the Executive Board and General Assembly. That doesn't mean, the files will increase. As once we reach, enough resources, enough, enough, manpower, everything, then we will see we are able to increase the number of files. That doesn't mean, the files will be increased. It's just, first thing we need to increase the resources. So the argument of saying you cannot increase the number of files because you don't have resources will be vanished. So now we are finding, practical solution. I really don't like, people to mix things. That's, and the things we are talking now about the number of ceiling, about number of files. If our colleagues, and I agree with you, with them, it's an important thing to have, capacity, other resources. It's important, but it's not here. Let's have another item because this item about the number of files to be the number of in the ceiling, the number of files. If they want to add it, it's okay. Let's put it in another item, discuss it, and find a way to increase the resources for not just capacity, for everything. So, please, let's not mix things. Once we reach, I think, an agreement of an item, then we try to widen it to everything. So I think, the item was discussed yesterday is the number of files. Again, I reaffirm my point. It's important other resources for other things in the convention, but, let's put them in a separate item and find, a method for it. So that's, again, to conclude, Kuwait is strongly support, the original. I can live with the addition of Colombia is the 2003 convention. That's fine. But, I insist of, maintaining the annual ceiling of nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Finland to be followed by Lithuania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finland is ready to go with the amendment made by Colombia if the discussion on more resources applies to the convention in a more wider sense. It's also okay to keep the last part of part 3.
Thank you very much. Now Lithuania to be followed by Sweden. Finland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's okay with the amendment of Colombia for us. I would like to propose, I don't know, because I understand that there is some contradictory between the option A and the last, the point 3, when specifying the increasing the annual ceiling. So maybe it would be a kind of solution if we change a bit the wording, and instead of for increasing the annual ceiling of nomination, we would write developing listing mechanisms. In fact, increasing the annual ceiling, it also is a part of developing listing mechanisms. So maybe it could be a solution, just to write down in some broader wording.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Instead of
instead.
Switzerland wants to do, Kuwait, Morocco keep, and Lithuania for developing. Lithuania
developing the listing mechanism. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your proposal. Now, Sweden to be followed by Saudi Arabia. Sweden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sweden also can accept that we keep the last sentences of this amendment. And we initially wanted to support Switzerland in taking away the increasing the annual ceiling of nominations. But I think it was a very good proposal now from Lithuania to change that meaning. We also think that Colombia's amendment is good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now Saudi Arabia to be followed by Burkina Faso. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we are going somewhere. Yesterday, we had a very heated discussion. And today, with your proposal, Mr. Chair, I think we were almost all on the same ground. Your proposal, Mr. Chair, we can live with Colombia's amendment. I think it is a great common ground with the issue of capacity development. And again, I agree with all, and this is how we all go about it, whether it's 2003 or any other convention. Capacity development matters, but maybe we can do it in other items. Here, we are talking specifically about the number of items. We are providing a very practical way to go about it and not to keep discussing issues and that may stay until, I don't know, 2043. We need to solve this issue, find practical solution, and look at it in the General Assembly and the Executive Board. So I think we should stick to the number of the files here in our discussion. Keep your proposal, Mr. Chair, which was amazing, and we can live with Colombia's amendments in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Burkina Faso to be followed by Netherlands. And let's have a pause after Netherlands. Burkina Faso, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, concerning the last part, the last paragraph, I think that this is a normal process to actually transmit to the General Assembly and the Executive Board. So we have to keep this particular paragraph. And in the Colombian amendment, we have this important aspect relating to the increase in the number of files. And for me, this means including the increase in the number of files. So we should say for the implementation of the 2003 Convention, including and the work of the evaluation body, including the increase of the annual ceiling of nominations. Because as Morocco pointed out, this is really the question, which led us to look again at human resources issues, financial resources as well. And if we could actually highlight this idea, this would be an opportunity, I think, to implement all of the elements of the 2003 Convention. It would be a good thing. So I think it is important, therefore, to add including the increase of the annual ceiling of nominations, unless I'm mistaken. And this was something that Colombia mentioned in their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Netherlands, and after Netherlands, I would like to offer my observation. Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were thinking maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle because, of course, we consider the point of the increasing number of files important, and there's a strong advocacy for it. So maybe we can add for increasing, a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed for inter alia, so adding inter alia, increasing the annual ceiling of nominations. I think it's one sentence before, yes. So add it between for and increasing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I recognize Switzerland, but before going to Switzerland, let me just say two things. First of all, the Colombian proposal for amendment in the first part, I don't see anybody opposing to it, so let's take it. Now, the part towards the end, I don't think anybody is seriously opposed to the part. Well, this is complicated. It started from for transmission towards the end. That didn't really have any serious opposition. So let's fix that part. Now, there have been several proposals to bridge the gap here. The original proposal from Switzerland is to delete annual. Sorry, it's a bit complicated. For so delete needed for the increasing the annual ceiling of nominations. That was the original proposal from Switzerland, supported by some other countries as well. And then Kuwait and some others wanted to keep it. Burkina Faso came with a formulation including the increasing the number of ceilings. And finally, the Netherlands came up with a proposal needed for inter alia the annual ceiling of the nomination. So there are several proposals to bridge the gap. I think we are very close to consensus. Now, it seems to me that the proposal from Burkina Faso or the Netherlands could be a bridge for this. With that in mind, now I would like to give the floor to Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we agree to leave the end as was initially suggested by the Secretariat. Indeed, this is just a reminder. It doesn't do any harm, as you rightly pointed out. So we're not against this. And we are not against an increase in the annual number of nominations. It's just that it's not an end in itself. That is just to answer the distinguished delegate from Kuwait. What we are interested in is the quality and the consistency of the convention implementation, with a final objective to have a better geographic distribution. So we agree, this being said, to leave the words the increase in the annual ceiling of nominations, but with the nuance suggested by the Netherlands, in other words, to have the inter alia added. Thank you.
Okay, now I think what Switzerland mentioned is probably a way forward. That is my feeling. That is to say, the Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resource needed for, inter area, the annual the increasing the annual ceiling of the nominations. Would that satisfy the room? Okay.
Let me see. Wait.
Okay, the first, Colombia to be followed by Morocco, right? Okay, the Colombia to be followed by Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I hope to be helpful, because the problem is not the inter alia, but that it doesn't make any sense if you say that the Secretary is to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed inter alia. So needed for what? You know what I mean? It's like a little weird. I think maybe it was better what Burkina Faso was trying to say, or if actually we shorten it and we say resolved for the support required for further implementation of the 2003 Convention, including, wait, I got lost. Including the work of the evaluation body and the increase of the annual ceiling of blah, blah, blah. And then the Secretary is to prepare a detailed proposal of the financial, and I don't know what the ambassador of Kuwait will say with that. I hope I'm getting your ideas as well, and Saudi Arabia as well. But since we are going to, as I said before, since we are going to revise everything, let's revise everything, but let's make sure this is not out of the picture, and let's make sure that this is one of the priorities we want to get of this report. Then I don't know how to make that middle part work, because I think with the changes it's not very clear. But then the Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal of the financial and human resources needed for. Okay, I don't know. Somebody help me out, because it's not very clear. But maybe financial and human resources needed for the effective implementation of the convention, or for the better work of the convention, or for the better response of the purposes of the convention. I don't know, because how it is now, it doesn't make much sense. And the second thing I wanted to say is that all the information that they have given us, especially with the backlog files, etc., has to be necessarily on this report, and it will help us a lot when it comes to revise this in the committee after the executive board and after the General Assembly. So I hope I was kind of helpful, but the problem we have now is that we have a middle phrase, a middle sentence in this paragraph that doesn't help our purpose. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, now I can take interventions, maybe 3 or 4 more. We will be getting out of time by then. So, okay, try to be concise. And Colombia, I'm sorry to say this, but don't touch the place that you suggested and agreed. Yeah, we have to look at the part in the middle. Now, we have, who do we have? We have Morocco to be followed by Venezuela.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Now I'm trying to work out where I am here. Now, the proposal with Sweden, which says is to develop the listing mechanism. I agree with that, but you need to work out what means. This is not a very specific purpose. What is it? What we want to do is to increase the annual ceiling. So I suggest we complete this, developing the listing mechanism. And I don't think we should say inter alia. We should be clear about what the final objective is, which is to increase the annual ceiling. I don't like the inter alia because as we'd accepted Colombia's proposal, which set the general framework for the 2003 convention with increasing needs for staff and so on for the implementation. I think that covers everything, including capacity building. But here we're in specific details, which is the increase of the annual ceiling, and that's the subject for discussion today. And so I would be in favor of completing the sentence suggested by Lithuania and Sweden, developing the listing mechanism so as to increase the annual ceiling. Thank you, Chair, and I don't think we're far from consensus. Thank you very much.
Yes, I entirely with you. I agree with you that we're not far from the consensus. Now we have Venezuela to be followed by Austria. Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we are now going on around this too much. I think, honestly, we should go back to your proposal, your original proposal with Colombia's amendment, and we would just be solving this. If that were possible, that would be our preference. Having said that, also, I would kindly request the Secretariat to raise a little bit the paragraph because we're adding on, taking out, and we should see raising so we can see the paragraph center screen. Thank you. Having also, we would rather not have reference to inter alia, as we have many have said before. That would take away from the purpose of the discussion that we're having and of the meeting in itself. So we were preferring, in any case, how Burkina Faso proposed with including increasing the annual ceiling. But once again, I think the easiest option was go back to original proposal with Colombia's amendment, and we move on from there, because right now, as it is, kind of confusing, and there's almost even two different ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now Austria to be followed by Kuwait. Austria, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very sorry I don't seem to get my camera working, but we can agree with the last part. So to take away the lead for the transmission of the template, but we would also, when it's a question of principle, and here's the only part where we can add the sort of financial aspect and the implementation or the implications of the increasing of the ceiling has, but also other aspects regarding finance. It's only the only paragraph that touches it. So if you focus on just the listing mechanism, the proposal will only focus on the listing mechanism, but we are of the opinion that the increased budget should also benefit other parts. So we would therefore be more on board with, well, a more softer formulation of including, so for example, example of Burkina Faso, including the increased mechanism, or also more the formulation of, I'm sorry, I'm very confused at the moment. There are so many suggestions on it, but more Lithuania or Sweden developing the listing mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because of the time constraint, we have only 3 more minutes. I'll go with the list as long as the time allows, but Kuwait to be followed by Vietnam, but we may have to stop there. Kuwait, please.
I hope I'll finish it in 3 minutes, Mr. Chair. I really do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, first, I agree with our colleagues from Austria. There is so many, the text, so many things in it. First, let me start with, you know, like I said before, Mr. Chair, Kuwait support the initial Colombia's addition, where it says that 2003, so it was, you know, wasn't put there. I think, Mr. Chair, as a, you know, as a middle ground and a, you know, a compromise and to reach consensus and with the time, we can go with the what's our colleagues from Morocco suggested, you know, the addition to the Lithuanian and Sweden, developing the listing mechanism in order to increase the annual ceiling of the nomination. I think this is a good common ground where we can reach hopefully consensus. With that, I stop here and hopefully we can finish it very soon, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can you just repeat the precise formulation that you suggested?
Where is the Lithuania? Oh, now let's see. So developing the listing mechanism in order to increase the annual ceiling of the nomination. So, and remove what's our colleague from Netherlands, you know, inter alia, we don't, you know, think that's, you know, we don't agree with that.
Okay, because we don't have time, the last speaker is Vietnam for this morning. Anyway, Vietnam, please.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I share the points with many previous colleagues before me to support the views of the Colombian proposal about the need for sustainable staff frame requirements to further implement 2003 Convention. And I think it's also important to have for the Secretariat to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed, and I think there's some conflicting views on this. So in fact, I prefer to keep it, but if for the purpose of consensus, I think the proposal from Morocco in order to increase the annual ceiling of nomination is a good option. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I have to finish the morning session now. Now, let me sort out the options here. You know, here, the Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed. After that is an issue. Now, we have a suggestion from Switzerland, Netherlands for inter alia. That was one of the formulations. Now, another formulation was including the increasing of the annual ceiling. That is from Burkina Faso. And towards the end of our discussions, Lithuania developing the listing mechanism, and then Morocco in order to increase the annual ceiling of nominations, and finally Kuwait was proposing developing the listing mechanism in order to increase the annual ceiling of nominations. We have many proposals here. Now, I would like to do it this way. We have to break now. Now, Bureau will be meeting this afternoon, and we will talk about this in the Bureau first with a view to coming up with a certain formulation for discussions in the last segment of our discussions today. So after this, because we are a little bit confused with many options, let the Bureau work on that and then come back to you for further discussions in the last part of today's session. So that means after the break at 11:30, we will deal with other issues as scheduled. And at the same time, the first thing in the afternoon, we will continue with other issues. And if we can finish early, we can come back to this. But if not, the Bureau meeting will be held after the first session in the afternoon. And after that, we will have further discussions on this one in the last segment of the meeting today. Now, we still have China, Colombia, and Malaysia, and I very much hope that they can send emails. They can send chat function. They can use chat functions to deliver their positions.
We don't.
Okay, sorry, corrections. We established a rule that amendments should not be communicated through chat. So therefore, if those delegations can send us the suggestions through your email to the Secretariat, and the address was actually given at the very beginning of this meeting.
We'll put it again.
Okay, well, they will put it again.
During the break.
During the break. So please send your suggestions through the emails. And the Bureau will meet after the first session of this afternoon to see what we can achieve. Okay, with that, I would like to go for a break now for 30 minutes and then come back at 11:30. Thank you very much. Welcome back to this meeting again. Now, as I said towards the end of the session before, I would like now to move to item 11, other issues requiring further reflection, part 3. If we go on discussing the topic that we are talking about earlier, we may not have enough time for this group of issues. So therefore, I would like to move to item 11, other issues at this moment in time. There are, in fact, 4 topics. As you can see on the screen, we have 4 different topics, topics 6, 7, 8, and 9. So for this item, I would suggest that the working group goes through these 4 topics one by one. And I would like to invite the secretary of the working group to present each one of the 4 topics separately, as they cover rather independent aspects of the listing mechanism. So if there is no delegation having a difficulty with it, let us go to topic 6. And I would like to ask Mr. Curtis to explain this item So I don't see any objection to this, but can I just go as I suggested? First of all, topic 6. Okay, I see no objection, and therefore I would like to ask Mr. Curtis to explain topic 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Topic 6, as you can see on your screen, is the issue relating to the prioritization for the examination of files for states parties who have not fulfilled their reporting obligations, either of the two reporting obligations, implementation of the convention, or status of elements on the urgent safeguarding list. So I would, if you may, I'd like to refer you to Part B of the document 11, in which the proposal was to provide, as I said, the examination of nomination files for states parties not fulfilling reporting obligations. And if, just a summary, I don't want to spend too long because most of the information is in the document, but if I can present the conclusion of our analysis first. The situation as regards the submission of periodic reports has significantly improved recently. And so we do no longer see the issue as pressing, perhaps as it was, and in that sense feel it might not be productive at this stage to lower the priority for the nominations submitted by states who may be late with their reports, and I'll just like to explain a little more. The reform of the periodic reporting mechanism, which you will remember, took place between 2017 and 2019 as a response to a previous situation of untimely submissions or non-submissions of periodic reports, particularly on the implementation of the convention. And that was a subject of recurrent preoccupation for the committee. The reformed mechanism, and you will recall it, has been aligned to the overall results framework of the convention, following the recommendation also of the first iOS evaluation, and the submission of reports follow a system of regional rotation, unlike previously where it was every 6 years after the date of ratification. So the new system, regional system, started with states from Latin America and the Caribbean, and has already demonstrated a greatly improved submission rate. You can look at this chart of our periodic report submission, and we see the jump with the new system. So 28 out of 32 GRULAC states submitted their reports under the 2021 cycle, representing 87.5%. So compared to the 16 and 20% we had in 2016-2017, it's a remarkable increase. The Europe region has also responded favorably to the exercise, and we received in January 41 out of 44 states which submitted their report under the current cycle, representing 93.1%. So I think, in fact, if I may take this opportunity, since we're talking about broader issues under the convention as well as the listing mechanisms, these experience from GRULAC and from Europe represent a huge success story of the convention, of an important mechanism being the periodic report. We probably can attribute this improvement to both the regional system that was put in place as well as to a rather intensive capacity building approach we implemented, which allowed us to accompany those national reporting efforts. For the periodic reporting on the current status of elements inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list, we have also seen improvement, and the reporting states have been fulfilling their reporting obligations more reliably in recent years. For the 2021 cycle, 6 out of 7 first ordinary reports were received, and 12 out of 13 second ordinary reports were received. And this is also a noticeable improvement compared to the 2021 cycle. You may, and I'd just like to remind you that the 16th session of the committee also has already taken on board the recommendations of Part 1 and Part 2 of the working group to better link the periodic reporting and the inscription process. And the most relevant case here regards the simplification of the nomination forms by referring criteria R5 or U5 to the inventorying systems already identified in those periodic reports. Again, this will probably take a couple of years to really properly kick in, but the idea is that once states have fulfilled their inventorying reporting in the periodic reports, it becomes lighter for them in the nomination of files because there's a reference point. So for all these reasons above, the document suggests that it might be perhaps not so productive at this stage to lower the priority for member states not fulfilling their reporting obligations. We have a vast array of reasons, and some particularly small states do have also their own human resource issues in reporting to all the conventions. So consequently, the working group may wish to recommend not to pursue the proposal at this stage, but to reconsider it at a later stage, having better taken note of all the reforms going on in the periodic reporting currently underway. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Curtis, for introducing topic 6. The news we heard are very encouraging, and I would like to congratulate third parties in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also European regions for having managed to submit their reports in such a diligent manner. Now, in view of the situation right now, I think we can probably go, I can probably make a proposal for the decision, the draft decision at this moment in time. As you can see in the screen, our suggestion will be the proposal to revise the priority for the examination of the nomination files for state parties that did not fulfill reporting obligations can be reconsidered at a later stage, particularly if improvement made in the submission rates of periodic reports in the recent cycles cannot be maintained. Now, the reason for suggesting this at a very early stage is that as the data clearly shows, there has been a lot of improvement in this front. And therefore, if we discuss whether we should lower the priority for those member states who haven't fulfilled reporting obligations, it may not be necessary at this moment in time. On the basis of that particular observation, I would like to make a proposal like this, and I will now open the floor for comments, of course, but at the same time, could I just advise the delegations, if you have a problem with this formulation, please say that very clearly, because I don't see this issue is very contentious. I don't think this is very contentious. So I would like to hear if there is any delegation who is opposed to the draft recommendation that we have on the screen at this moment in time. We want to know that. If this meets the expectations of the room, perhaps without having a very extensive discussions, we can probably move to topic 7. Okay, having said that, the floor is open, and I recognize Sweden to be followed by Kuwait. So Sweden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reports on inscribed elements are important instrument for a good and successful implementation of the convention, and also for sharing good practices. Therefore, after the experiences from the 15th committee meeting in 2020, Sweden proposed a restriction for the possibilities of submitting new nominations for states that have not fulfilled their reporting. At that time, many reports of elements on the urgent safeguarding list were missing. However, we are now very happy to see the many improvements described in the documents under topic 6. For that reason, and for facilitating the work in this group, Sweden want to follow the proposal made by the Secretariat and leave the question for now. And we also think that this wording is a good decision. And we also hope that this positive development will stand solid in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your constructive remarks. Now, Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start to thank Sweden again for their, it was a great proposal at that time. Really, it was, needed, to ensure the report, because like we always know, it's not just inscription, it's the reporting, to fill the gaps. And I really agree with them. We are very happy with the reporting, and it seems that because of the proposal of Sweden, maybe the reports went up. So again, thank you, Sweden, and thank you for your flexibility. Kuwait also support your proposal, Mr. Chair, so we can, and we are very happy with the text in front of us with that, so we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. So my suggestion would be to approve this proposal for draft recommendation and move on to topic 7. Is there any delegation who has a kind of problem or opposition to what is proposed? Okay, I don't see any hand raised. Thank you very much for your understanding. And with that, let me conclude the discussions on topic 6 and move on to topic 7. Now, on topic 7, I would like to ask Mr. Curtis to explain this topic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Topic 7. So topic, I would again refer to Part B of Document 11, and this topic concerns a discussion which arose during the 16th session of the committee, which shifted towards initiating a reflection for a broader implementation of Article 18 of the Convention, which is currently operationalized through the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices as provided in Chapters 1.3 and 1.13 of the operational directives. So again, the Intergovernmental Committee welcomed this new opening of a working group on this issue, and with the financial support of the Kingdom of Sweden, the new initiative will include the continuation of the discussion on how to enhance dialogue and communication among stakeholders of the Convention, with a particular focus on community groups and individuals. Consequently, the working group may wish to highlight to the committee that issues covered under topic 7 will be incorporated into the initiative on Article 18, which we plan to begin after the 9th session of the General Assembly, once this current working group has done its work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Curtis. I take this opportunity to thank the Kingdom of Sweden for supporting the reflection on Article 18, which is undoubtedly a core matter for encouraging the participative and inclusive approach of the 2003 Convention. Now, I will open the floor, but again, in the same way as before on topic 9, I would like to make a proposal for the draft recommendation, which now appears on the screen. The issues covered under this topic are to be incorporated into the new initiative on the broader implementation of Article 18 of the 2003 Convention. The working group to be sponsored by Sweden will discuss this topic. That is our suggestion. And again here, because I don't see this topic as contentious, so therefore I would like to see if there is any delegation which has a problem with this formulation. Okay, now Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm slightly have to disagree. Well, not slightly. I have to disagree. For us, I honestly do not see the point of having this topic. We think it actually could even be problematic to the listed mechanisms that we have at the moment, and the process of creating a nomination file. The process of creating a nomination file requires that the experts go directly to the communities at hand and not only work with them directly on the creation of the file, but to have their approval or their consent on the presentation and on how the file is implemented and created and presented. So going to a third party that does not have the same access and does not participate in the direct involvement to the community, it would just seem problematic and also confusing. And also it would be problematic too, and it would also could easily lead to making the discussion more complex and even politicizing at moments and at times. Because again, the creation of these files does not just happen outside of the community. It goes with the expertise of the experts, creating them and working through them directly with the communities, with the NGOs if necessary. But that process already exists. So I do not understand why we would have to go to a third party to get additional information when the experts are there and they already have the access. So we would prefer that we do not, that this issue would not be extended and because it would create more further confusion and I think further problems in the future. Thank you.
Okay, can I just clarify? All we want to decide is to put this issue in the new working group created, and you can, of course, have a chance to discuss your points in the new working group, but not here today. Would that in itself be a problem for you?
I would rather not. I think we'll be wasting, honestly, the valuable time and resources in it. Evidently, yes, because again, it says obtaining additional information regarding just how it's presented as such regarding nominations by using the dialogue process with accredited NGOs. The communities and the experts are completely forgotten in this. So it goes completely it makes a possibility, creates a possibility to confuse already the very complex mechanism of creating and presenting these files. So yes, for us, this as it's presented as such, we would not be in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Basil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all. We would like to use this space to stress some questions observed during the last sessions with a very brief statement. We agree with the position expressed by Venezuela regarding the specific topic regarding a process of dialogue. Nevertheless, as reflected in our working document, there are a few other questions that the 20th anniversary of our convention calls for substantial reflections that extend beyond the reform of the listing mechanisms, and in order we can achieve new balances toward the full and equitable implementation of the convention. Much attention has been dedicated to the representative list at the expense of other issues that perhaps could be equally or indeed more urgent to address. Just to give an example, representative list currently has 529 registered elements from 135 countries, and the registry of good practices contains a number of 29 belonging to 26 countries. Brazil considers that the relationship between safeguarding and sustainability should be stressed if we want lasting contributions of intangible cultural heritage to sustainable development. We think that traditional knowledge must be recognized not only as means to ensure its own viability and the consequent cultural diversity of humanity, but also as examples of strategies of resilience, creativity, development, and reinvention. We recognize important steps taken by the Secretariat, such as the massive open group on living heritage and sustainable development. And we think it can serve as a model on how other conventions may address the responsibilities and mission under the 2030 agenda. To that end, Brazil believes we should use more wisely the potential of the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices. We'd like to propose that a focus on the Registry of Good Practices may be included in the following debates about the substance of the listing mechanisms, not only its procedures. A possible solution is to include this theme in the reflection on Article 18 of the Convention. Again, we suggest that this inclusion builds upon the contributions of ICIs to sustainable development. That is, when meditating about the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices, stakeholders are invited to reflect on the ways those practices relate to the SDGs and more broadly to sustainable ways of life. Many orientations on this sense are already covered by the operational directives of the Convention, Chapter 6, so it will not be something new, only a matter of reinforcing them. So to be clear, we think that when addressing issues in this next working group regarding Article 18 of the Convention, the Register of Good Safeguarding Practices should be on focus. Thank you, Ms.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we need to have it here. Okay, now let's go for the list of speakers. Colombia to be followed by Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. And we would like to thank Sweden also for the further discussion we will have in the future on Article 18. This is an interesting proposal for Colombia, actually, that for sure has to be explored further, and in the sense to looking for a better participation of the civil society in this process. Although we know, as Venezuela was very clear about, that these are participative processes with our communities anyways, but still. So bearing in mind the future discussions and the future working group on this Article 19, we have a couple of questions that we would like to bear in mind. For example, which are the cases where this dialogue process is opened, for which elements it will be, for example, for referral nominations, or would it be part of the existing mechanism already in place, the upstream dialogue? So we believe that we don't want this to be a double or repetitive work that we have already in place, so that it can build on existing mechanisms that we already have. Another question I have is, what will be the capacity for the evaluation body to carry on this dialogue? And because it will be, I mean, we have been discussing today and yesterday that they don't have enough time. So we would like to know how this could work. And finally, maybe we could be more specific about which of the criteria we want to get information from in this particular way of work, and how these NGOs can help. At one point, I remember we have talked about that sometimes there is more information needed extra of the one that you can find on the forms. That was the case. I think we discussed this when the ALS festival, when it was like, maybe if we had some extra information, maybe things would have been different. So is that the case, or how are we thinking this? Because I think this needs a lot of discussion. But again, Colombia supports the draft decision, but we would like to have these questions reflected after in the working group. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Sweden to be followed by Lithuania. Sweden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sweden thinks that the reflection on the Article 18 is very important for the whole work with this convention. And we think it's a good suggestion to leave this question also to the discussion in that group, as well as discussions about the register of good safeguarding practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lithuania, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the question on the reflection on Article 18 was raised very numerous times during the session, but the fact is that we had no enough time for discussing all the related issues. And I think we are really very thankful for the government of Sweden that for this for offering this space and resources for discussions and on about many issues related to Article 18. So I think we should economize time and do not go to the content and to many specific questions that we could ask during the future work of the open working group. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we just finished with a list of speakers now from member states. So at this point in time, I would like to give the floor to a participant from ICH NGO Forum, because they are closely related to this particular topic. So please, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, I can. Please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'd like to present myself. I'm Laurier Turgeon, the president of the ICH NGO Forum Steering Committee. The ICH NGO Forum Steering Committee and the forum in its entirety would like to thank, Mr. Chair, the state parties of the 2003 convention for giving us the opportunity to address this open-ended intergovernmental meeting. NGOs and civil society working alongside bearer communities and governmental and other actors have been accorded a clear role in the convention. In addition to accredited NGOs' advisory function to the convention under Article 9, the convention also requires NGOs to be involved directly in the fundamental safeguarding measure of identification and inventorying ICH elements nationally, and their role in relation to nominations to the international list has further been elaborated in the operational directives. The state parties' deliberations in this reflection on the listing mechanisms of the 2003 convention have highlighted the potential that NGOs accredited to the convention have to support the international operation of the convention, beyond their active and effective contributions as member of the evaluation body. In this regard, we welcome the affirmation by the committee that the transformed listing system should continue to place communities, groups, and, where appropriate, individuals at the center of safeguarding efforts and strive to further enhance their active participation in all steps of the listing mechanisms. In our view, the accredited NGOs are an essential element in putting this aspiration into effect. As the membership body of the now nearly 200 accredited NGOs representing all electoral groupings of UNESCO and enjoying deep and diverse expertise in ICH safeguarding and related policy setting, the ICH NGO Forum is in a unique position to engage with both governmental and non-governmental actors. Importantly, comprising community-based organizations, two NGOs engaged in national and international ICH initiatives, and with deep roots in local communities and close relationships with tradition bearers, our organization is a unique and distinct one in the heritage field. In view of the specific requirement placed on state parties to ensure the active participation of bearers and their communities in all aspects of ICH safeguarding, the accredited NGOs are in an unparalleled position to leverage these capacities for improving the operation of the convention and supporting the committee, the evaluation body, and the Secretariat in this endeavor. We believe this makes us a key strategic partner for the state parties in applying the participatory principle of the 2003 Convention. Founded through the initiative of NGOs in 2015, the forum now federates all NGOs accredited under the 2003 Convention. Over time, the forum has developed its governance structures by establishing a steering committee representing all regions of UNESCO and international NGOs, working groups, and ad hoc committees. It holds an annual assembly and has adopted regulatory instruments, including bylaws and electoral rules. Many member NGOs, in addition to their grassroots activities, advise their governments on the national level and also possess knowledge and experience in the intergovernmental operation of the convention. Its members regularly attend the statutory meetings and enjoy deep and diverse knowledge and experiences in the development, drafting, and implementation of the 2003 Convention, as well as safeguarding ICH on ground worldwide. We recognize that the 2003 Convention is experiencing rapid growth, while the resources to underpin this administration and the implementation of its international framework, including the listing mechanisms, are not sufficient to this growing task. This provides a unique opportunity for accredited NGOs to take on new roles and carry some of the burden of this increasing workload with tangible benefits for all state parties, the Secretariat, and other stakeholders to the convention. To finish, some of the ways in which we believe that accredited NGOs could actively support the listing mechanisms include: 1, providing information on the status and the impacts of safeguarding uninscribed elements, drawing on the deep cultural knowledge and grassroots experience of its members. Secondly, conducting field visits and providing advisory services, including follow-ups on listed elements and providing advice on actions to be taken. Number 3, supporting the work of the evaluation body, inter alia, through providing additional information as requested by the body, whether on a case-by-case basis or comprehensively. Such an expanded involvement of NGOs would increase the capacity of the body to evaluate the growing number of files nominated by state parties for inscription. 4th, mediating among governmental and intergovernmental actors, bearer communities, and civil society organizations, serving as a natural bridge and interlocutor. In sum, the NGO Forum is a well-established body with a clear organizational structure and legal status that already plays a role in implementing the convention at the international level. We are ready and fully capable of providing further assistance to the committee and the Secretary in these matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, we don't have any more countries raising hands. Yes. You do? Okay, sorry. Venezuela to be followed by the Netherlands. Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to move constructively in order to advance, listening to the observations and also those who raised concerns similar to the one that I have expressed. So perhaps there could be a change in the drafting as to ensure identify and show the role, the very important role that the civil community and the civil society has versus the role that the states and the expert have in the process of nomination. So perhaps instead of debating the possibility of obtaining additional information regarding nominations by using the dialogue process with accredited NGOs, perhaps it could be debating the possibility of enhancing the dialogue process with accredited NGOs and individuals concerned, and afterwards in view to fostering capacity building and good practices. So that way it goes in line still with that which is already in Article 18, but it identifies a clear role of one party versus the other. So I repeat again, it would be striking out of obtaining individual information regarding nominations by using striking out that part, and instead putting enhancing the dialogue process, and at the end, in view to fostering good best practices and capacity building. Thank you. That would be my proposal to try to find a consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I have to point out that this working group cannot decide the mandate of the other working group. I think it was already set by the committee last time, and therefore, I don't think we can discuss the mandate or the topics of the new working group. This is another working group, and therefore we cannot make a decision on what they have to discuss and what they should not discuss. So that is outside of our mandate. All we wanted to say here is because of the nature of this particular topic, it's not this working group, but another working group coming for discussion. So that's all we wanted to achieve here. I'm sure that you are aware of this, but this working group cannot make any decisions about what the other working group is doing. That has to be very clear. Okay, with that, I'd like to go to Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We look forward to discuss further on this topic during the upcoming working group and to reflect broader on Article 18. But we do want to make a point, even though we are not talking about the scope of the working group at this moment. But we do want to put forward that we do think that direct community participation and NGO participation could play an important role. However, we should all keep in mind that the NGOs are not necessarily the same entity as the communities and the representatives of the communities. And also we should keep in mind the geographical imbalance of the NGO forum, which is still something we need to work on. So we would like to see that all NGOs can be included and not only the accredited NGOs and the NGO forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope I'm not, well, no, I hope no. I'm taking all the time, I'm sorry. But maybe because we didn't, in the working document, we didn't have in mind that in para 11, you said that that in the 16th session, the committee shifted this discussion as it is decided to initiate a reflection for a broader implementation of Article 19 of the Convention. And it says after, this initiative includes the continuation of discussion on how to enhance dialogue and communication among stakeholders of the Convention with a particular focus on communities, groups, where appropriate individuals. So I believe, if I understand the questions raised by Venezuela, that I think she has a point. The problem is that the title of this item, because it's shifted, if I understand correctly, the working document. So we are saying that the issues covered under this topic are to be incorporated in this new initiative, but the title is wrong. So am I right? Otherwise, if that is not the case, I believe this doesn't have much debate to take, since we are anyways going to take it on Article 18. But I believe that the questions raised by Venezuela and also by Brazil were actually regarding the participation of the NGOs in the nomination process, not in general in the implementation of the convention, and not in Article 18, which is, I understand, the good practice article. So maybe if we can clarify this, we can just carry on and save our arguments for the next working group. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I very much hope so, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, the bold part, debating the possibility of a date, it is what the previous sessions of the working group asked this working group to discuss. Then we went to the committee. The committee asked the proposed group of Sweden to discuss broader implementation of Article 18 concerning issues of dialogue with and increased dialogue and exchange with communities, groups and individuals. This is why we are suggesting that this issue belongs in that discussion. So if I may, it doesn't make sense to try to amend the title here, because the title is already done from the last working group. What is under discussion is whether this can go into incorporated under Article 18 discussions and the Sweden one. Thank you very much. I hope that's clear. Yeah. The title is already adopted by the previous working group.
Colombia?
Yes, exactly. But then maybe to ease the concerns expressed, we can incorporate it in the text then, in the text down. The issues covered under this topic, and you open guillemets and say the new decision, and that's it. Or not. For me, it's actually the same. So I don't know. Just a proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. Venezuela?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. I want to thank Colombia. I also want to thank the explanation made by Tim. However, I think we will be more comfortable, since this is also what the committee in the end ended up proposing, which seems to have the bigger mandate to perhaps then reframe it as to include what the committee decided on, and to frame the working group based on that, which does not make a specific reference to the nominations, but it's in general, it's more general, and I think again it's the consensus drafting. Thank you.
Okay, Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, I might have a way out of this, Mr. Chair. I understand, the Secretariat said this is the title. Yes, it was decided, before. And all we are doing, we are shifting the mandate from this committee to this working group to the other working group. So I think, and I understand the concern of Venezuela and Colombia. So I suggest, Mr. Chair, is, keeping the title the same, incorporate their concern in your report, so that when it goes to the second working group in the report, you mentioned the concern of Venezuela and Colombia on the report, and keeping the title the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much. Just to clarify, are you talking about my own separate report, or do you need any language to that effect somewhere in our recommendation? Just to clarify, Kuwait, please.
Yes, the title will be the same, the decision will be the same, but the report, that's your report, will be incorporated, a para, concerning this Venezuela. So we at least we have it on record, their concern. So in the next working group, it can be referred, but the title is still the same, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. In that case, can I take it to mean that perhaps when I present this to the General Assembly, I will mention those concerns? Okay, thank you very much. Fair enough. Thank you. Morocco, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Concerning the title, of course, it's been adopted, so there's no question. And I support fully what my colleague from Kuwait just said. And I wanted to add something about the perspectives and the work of the next working group on Article 18, because indeed, there are a number of concerns that have been expressed and they're legitimate. And we know that communities and groups and maybe individuals and NGOs are at the heart of the Convention of 2003, and their role is welcomed. But in the idea of this new and future working group, they'll probably need to have a clear mandate in terms of reference, taking into account the concerns that have been expressed. I also heard the representative for the Netherlands saying that this dialogue should be open to all NGOs, not only accredited NGOs. And I think this could be a potential problem. So I'm not quite sure that we agree on opening this to non-accredited NGOs, because there's a number of risks associated with this. So thinking about this future working group, terms of references need to be clearly defined. And of course, there's a dialogue, but there's also the interactions that we need to imagine between public actors that are also involved in the implementation of the convention. And I'm thinking here of national conventions, departments of culture, etc. So there's a number of terms of reference that need to be developed in the framework of that working group that are essential so that there's coherence all along the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Venezuela to be followed by Colombia. Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for taking the floor again. I think trying to move forward, honestly, I'm trying to be constructive. Perhaps a way of moving forward in this is including at the end, according to Decision 16, COM 14, paragraph 9. That way, it establishes within which framework this working group should be working on. I think that's just as much as we can go forward. So it establishes a clear framework, and again, it makes specific reference to the decision of the committee. Again, I repeat, Decision 16, COM 14. Paragraph 9. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That is just a reference to the previous decision by the committee. I don't think this should be contentious. I don't see any hands raised at this moment. Can we agree on this? And of course, as Ambassador of Kuwait said, if any delegation has something which should be included in my report, please, please give us the note for us so that we can incorporate that into my report. But aside from that, in terms of the language that we are talking about, the addition, the last part suggested by Venezuela, shouldn't be a problem. It's a reference to the previous decision by the committee. So can we assume that we have consensus here? Okay, I see no objection, so thank you very much. I think this is agreed. Thank you very much. Now, we have just ended topic 7. And as I said earlier, if any delegation wants me to mention your concerns in my report, please give a note to the Secretariat. Now, okay, now, well, if you follow the sequence of topics, it's going to be, topic 8. But topic 8 may be controversial. That is my impression. So can I go to a less non-controversial, a less controversial item, which is topic 9 at this moment in time, and come back to topic 8 at a later stage? And do you have any objections to that? Okay, I don't see any hand raised, so let me now go to topic 9. And Mr. Curtis, could you explain?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So I'm ready to introduce topic 9, which is the possibility of introducing preliminary assessment procedures to the existing upstream process. But I must, and I refer you, of course, to Part D of document 11. However, I must start by specifying that the nomination process under the 2003 Convention does not actually include a real upstream process. Based on the discussions during the previous meetings of the working group, it does seem that this proposal under topic 9 was influenced by the ongoing discussions and the established procedure developed under the 1972 Convention. In that regard, I'd like to point out several important differences between the dialogue processes between the ways states are helped with their nomination files between the 1972 and the 2003 conventions. And please give me a minute to explain what I mean. The 1972 convention has established a new upstream process. What we have in terms of dialogue in the 2003 convention is actually probably a midstream dialogue process. Under the 1972 convention, 2 steps were added before the beginning of the formal nomination process. So these are steps before submitting a nomination, and they are the upstream process and the preliminary assessment. And these details on these steps are described with the help of the World Heritage Center in paragraph 18 of document 11. We did go and check with them. And what is important to highlight for our discussions here is that the introduction of these new provisions means that the 1972 Convention has been placing its focus on sort of catching potential problems before any formal submission of the file. In fact, even before the file is elaborated, if I understand correctly. Now, the nomination process under the 2003 conventions has what we could call, in fact, a midstream dialogue intervention. It allows 2 opportunities after the formal submission where files can be complemented. The first is to be made technically complete, and that is the technical completeness check that the Secretariat does. And the second one, which was introduced recently as what we call the early harvest of this ongoing reform process, is the clarification of minor issues for the evaluation body, which we call the dialogue process. So the technical completeness check is a first screening undertaken by the Secretariat when the nomination files are received. If the dossiers are not complete, the Secretariat advises the submitting state on how to complete them. Typical issues identified through this process include missing texts or texts that do not comply with the word count, missing support materials such as photos, videos, community consent, inventories, and so on. So we don't get into the substance of the file, but we do make sure that the file is fully complete and ready to present to the evaluation bodies, and states have 3 months to complete after we do this work on them. The second opportunity, therefore, is the dialogue process, which was formalized in 2020 by the 8th session of the General Assembly, and as an early harvest of the global reflection at hand. And this process allows for the dialogue between the evaluation body and the submitting states to clarify minor issues identified in the nomination files through a simple question and answer process. And this was to sort of not have states coming to a referral for minor issues in the file. And the experience has really been quite positive. For instance, in 2021, so in the last couple of years, the evaluation body applied the process on 15 files, 14 of which were inscribed by the committee. Secondly, there are no permanent advisory bodies under the 2003 convention in the same sense of the 1972 convention, and this is an important difference which could make it quite challenging on a practical level to transpose the reform system under 1972 convention directly to the 2003 convention. The evaluation body under the 2003 convention is a structure that is established on an annual basis by the committee and whose composition changes by 1/4 of its members every year. And again, this is quite different to the advisory bodies of the 1972 convention, who have a kind of permanent function in that convention. And as such, the evaluation body would not be able to take on tasks that need to be performed by allowing them to provide upstream advice, because they won't be in the same evaluation body, won't be the same evaluation body by the time the file comes through. In the 1972, they can, in fact, do that, but because it is a constant advisory body. But for 2003, we have a constantly shifting. Every year, it's a shifting evaluation body. The question then becomes, is such a procedure really worth it? And whether the introduction of an upstream process would be worth the effort, particularly because the recommendations by the evaluation bodies in recent years are largely positive, and consequently the decisions of the committee and the dialogue process has helped significantly with this. For example, the 16th session of the committee inscribed 90.6 of the nominations examined. Admittedly, some were withdrawn, while the 15th session was at around 81.8%. Moreover, such upstream processes above and beyond the completeness check of the Secretariat and the dialogue with the evaluation would indeed add significant extra burden on the Secretariat. And you may also be aware that in 1972 convention, there has been a reduction in the number of files to be treated as a corollary, if you will, of this upstream process. So our recommendation, the document's recommendation, is that the working group may wish to recommend to the committee to continue to observe the effectiveness of the dialogue process, which is currently in place, rather than plan for any additional preliminary assessment phase in the nomination process at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the system is different between World Heritage and also intangible heritage. So there are unique differences. We simply cannot import what is there into our system of intangible heritage. So on the basis of that perception, once again, I would like to show the proposed decision, our proposal for recommendation on the screen. So the effectiveness of the dialogue process as recently adopted by the 18th session of the General Assembly shall continue to be strengthened and observed. This is the draft proposal for the draft recommendations. And you can find the presentations by Tim in Annex 3 of document 10. You have a chart there to explain the system. Okay, now I would like to open the floor now, and here again I would like to see if there is any delegation which has a problem with what is suggested here. Okay, Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, like it was said, you know, the 1972 is totally different, the 2003, and I think the texts in front of us reflect, I think, a good way forward. So Kuwait support the text in front of us, which is the effectiveness of the dialogue process as recently adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hand raised now, and therefore, can I? Okay, Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully agree with what has been mentioned by His Excellency, the Ambassador of Kuwait. There's a big difference between the two conventions, and there's no need to for that to be assessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil agrees that adding an additional assessment phase would overload the Secretariat and is also contradictory with our previous discussions regarding the number of files to be evaluated in each cycle. Therefore, we agree with the proposed recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. I don't see any hand raised at this moment in time. Can I assume that this proposal is agreed? Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the constructive spirit in the room. Now, I would like to come to topic 8. I don't want to prejudge the discussions, but this is a slightly complicated issue. So let's have enough time for this discussion. Now, can I ask Mr. Curtis to explain the topic?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. You will remember that this topic was added by the committee at its last session, which is to discuss necessary procedures to examine exceptional cases. And in that, I refer to Part C of Document 11. Perhaps I can just to explain that in drafting that Part C, we understood that this additional topic does not concern the inscription procedures in cases of extreme urgency, which are described in Article 17.3 of the Convention, which is transposed as the inscription criteria U2B and U6, and paragraph 32 of the operational directives, and this procedure is on which is foreseen and has been foreseen. Just to clarify, this procedure on extreme urgency has never actually been applied, but it's been foreseen. It is important to mark that that procedure is to inscribe elements on the urgent safeguarding list rather than on the representative or register of goods safeguarding. So what we are discussing here are exceptional cases that may or may not be in need of urgent safeguarding, and also, and in that sense, it is not specified what listing mechanisms may be used to include nominations qualified as so-called exceptional cases. And I think there are two main past examples that were considered exceptional, and a third which was a removal, so it wasn't an inscription. But the first is the case of Sirum and Sirium, traditional Korean wrestling, which was examined by the 13th session of the committee in 2018. And on that occasion, the committee made a somewhat historic decision to jointly inscribe on the representative list an element submitted by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the Republic of Korea. Important to note during that in that case, the evaluation body had actually evaluated each file separately, had given positive evaluations on all 5 cases, and then after the work of the evaluation body, the committee decided to accept the 2 files as a joint inscription between the 2 Koreas. The second case is the case of Jumu soup, which was discussed at length during the 16th session of the committee, and which also followed an exceptional procedure, and which is still the procedure which is still to be discussed by the General Assembly in its deliberations in July, sorry. So that, in a sense, that is still an ongoing procedure. Finally, there's the case of the Aus Carnival, which was examined by the 4th session of the committee. Although it wasn't an inscription, it was, in a way, an exceptional procedure, as it concerned the removal of an element, and Part 2 of the working group, in fact, as a result of that, has discussed in detail the new procedure to be established following that for the removal and a set of operational directives related to the procedure are being recommended by that committee session to the upcoming session of the General Assembly. Now, Mr. Chairperson, given the particularities of each case, the document suggests that it may be difficult or not even appropriate to establish a detailed procedure at this stage on how to deal with exceptional cases as a generality. It suggests rather that it may be more pragmatic to recognize that the essential role of the Bureau, which has the opportunity to meet intersessionally, to organize the work of the committee in a manner suited to each exceptional case. And this can be seen as provided for in Rules 12.2 and 12.3 of the Rules of the Procedure of the Committee. In this context, the working group may wish to recommend to the committee to direct the Secretariat to bring any exceptional case to the Bureau when and in a manner best suited to each case. In that sense, there may not be a need at this stage to amend the operational directives or to revise the rules of procedure of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Curtis. I don't want to prejudge the discussions here, but there, as you can see, there are several issues here. First of all, the Secretary's suggestion essentially is to leave to the Bureau the main responsibility to make a judgment as to whether we should go for a kind of exceptional procedure on a case-by-case basis. But some countries, some member states may want to have a clear rule in determining which one should be an exceptional case or not. But as I can pretty imagine, this discussion will take a very long time because it will be very difficult to come up with a very clear set of criteria for exceptional cases. But at the same time, some delegation may want to make sure that exceptional cases should not take place at all. So there may be, there is probably a very big divergence of views on this particular topic. So without showing anything, well, it's there, but I'm not saying this time whether I want to see if there is an opposition to the Secretariat suggestion or not. And the floor is open for any kind of interventions. And then after that, let's see whether we can come to a consensus at all on this topic. So we should start with Sweden and to be followed by Kuwait. Okay, Sweden to be followed by Kuwait. Sweden, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I certainly hope that it will not be a long discussion because I hope and foresee, I'm not a wizard, but I can see the logic of this proposal, and exceptional cases are, as you say, exceptional. And it might be really, really difficult to foresee a detailed guideline for this. And having been part of the Bureau, member in the Bureau, I can say that it is a very functional body. And this is also something that can be looked upon at a later stage. But we have so far have had not so many exceptional cases. So I just hope that I'm right, that we do not need to have such a long debate on this, but because exceptional cases are exceptional. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kuwait to be followed by Morocco. Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also thank our colleague from Sweden for his intervention. Mr. Chair, this item, I think, if we look at it closely, or Kuwait position, I think, this convention is mainly to, we look at the elements of the intangible, of the living heritage thing. And, like we see in the documents, the elements on urgent, or, cases or special case, there's a very clear on the documents in Article 17.3 of the Convention. is, there's a procedure, there's a way. So I think, that covers it. So then, anything outside that, I think it should go to the committee, because the reflection of a special case is, whatever you want to name it, it's end up by increasing the number of files. And, like we said in the last meeting, the number of files was increased than the decided numbers. And I think that's the role of the committee. The committees it's have the role, it's have the right, according to the convention, to increase the number of files, but at the same time respecting the nomination process of the listing mechanism of the 2003. So we have, nomination process, it has to be respected. So to Kuwait, I think, this is bring it to the bureau. The whole thing is we don't agree with it. With also we discussed with several colleagues. We will send to the Secretariat our DR instead of what's on the screen, so they can reflect it on the screen. So again, Mr. Chair, I think, because according to what we see in the screen, the question will be, if I bring it to the bureau decide on what? What's the criteria the bureau will have? What's the emergency? What's the on what basis? I think because since we have no criteria, and once we go to criteria, then we're having, with time, once we establish a criteria for an urgent or fast track, and the Secretariat can clarify to me after our last meeting, there are now several member states already want their dossier to be looked at as an urgent. So with time, we will have a fourth list. Now we have 3 lists, we'll have 4th list, which is, quote unquote, urgent. So to us, the Article 17.3 is very clear. It's for the urgent. And as we decided, Mr. Chair, as you know, from this working group, we approved is removing from one list to the other list. So if it's an urgent, there is a way to it and can be described. If the member state sees it's not an urgent, they can, show all the documents and remove it from one list to the other list. So this is Kuwait point of view on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now Morocco to be followed by Venezuela. Morocco, please.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. Now, of course, exceptional cases can come up. We saw it during the 16th session, but as the ambassador from Kuwait just said, what is an exceptional case? Well, first of all, that's something that needs to be defined, and I'm not going to get into the substance of that, but how do you define an exceptional case? And that is something that we need to agree on. And I do have a question, because Mr. Curtis mentioned that this did not concern the representative list, but the urgent safeguarding list. And that's not very clear to me. And so I would appreciate it if Mr. Curtis could explain that aspect, because I have to say I did not understand that very well. And as regards exceptional cases, well, now as shown in the recommendation, this is something that an exceptional case will be brought to the Bureau, brought to the attention of the Bureau. What does that mean? Does that mean, it doesn't necessarily mean the Bureau will decide, and it's the committee that will have to make a decision on exceptional cases based on very clear definitions. So I have to say that I would not be in favor of this wording as reflected on the screen. And I would like a clearer answer from Tim on the issue of which list does this refer to? Is it the urgent safeguarding list or also the representative list? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, let me go to 2 more countries, Venezuela and Saudi Arabia, and then ask Mr. Curtis to come back on some questions already asked. So Venezuela to be followed by Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have to say that for our case, we tend to agree more with what was expressed by the ambassador of Morocco, and such line also a little bit with what the ambassador of Kuwait said. Because here it seems that, and it's also giving a lot of undue burden, I'm going to say, to the Bureau, who has to establish also procedure and case-by-case basis without having an actual guidelines or framework on how to deal with what would be considered exceptional cases. So I think dealing we have to identify what we consider, and we can agree upon what are exceptional cases. What in regards to also the when it was presented versus the timeline established. So. And also here, also what the Bureau may establish as a procedure on a case by case. It seems there's not enough clarity. Indeed, as some of my colleagues have said, we would require also some to at least perhaps on a further and at a later moment identify what would be the criteria to identify something as exceptional. What are the possible procedures for this considerations regarding at least the experience that we have already had, and also to aid this. And indeed, at the end, also the committee is the body who has the mandate to actually decide upon this, in our opinion. But we understand obviously that. Sometimes there are some considerations that have to be taken, but we have to do it in a controlled manner, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I decided to wear my national attire to support the convention, hoping that this will be inscribed one day as an intangible cultural element. Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very important topic, and I've heard very closely what has been mentioned by my previous colleagues. Before I start talking about Saudi's position, we want to reinforce the importance of the convening power of ICH. We've seen it numerous times before, and it has been mentioned as case studies in the document presented by the Secretariat. And we want to continue to support this convening power of the convention to bring peace and intercultural bridges between nations. Yet we are mandated, Mr. Chair, as committee members and as state parties to ensure the sustainability of the convention moving forward. We want to create sustainable solutions, sustainable systems that address the development of this convention as one of the most famous ratified conventions under UNESCO's mandate. 3 points, Mr. Chair, in regards to this topic. The first is there are no clear criteria, and it was mentioned by His Excellency Ambassador of Kuwait, supported by Morocco and Venezuela, but it also creates a parallel process. Addressed to the Bureau, and we don't think that the Bureau can hold that burden, really, because today we only have a case or two every 3-4 years. But once we come up with this recommendation, you never know what will happen moving forward. And this brings me to the last point, which is our fear that this will open a Pandora box. If we accept files coming to the Bureau on a case-by-case basis, then a fast-tracking mechanism will be established, like a backdoor to the list of elements to be reviewed by the committee. And then the Bureau will be mandated to decide on how to prioritize this file or over the other on compassionate grounds. And 6 members to decide on such an important issue? We think it's not sustainable. It can't deal with 3 or 4 files at a time in a bureau meeting, but what if we have 10 or 15? That scale is not sustainable given the recommendation we see on the screen. Therefore, Mr. Chair, we've shared via email about 15 minutes ago a proposed draft for this recommendation to be presented to the General Assembly, hoping that it garners the agreement of the committee or the working group today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah, please put this up for. Okay. Yeah, okay. What is the suggestion that you indicate is coming up on the screen? Okay, with that, let me go to Colombia to be followed by Burkina Faso. Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree and not agree at the same time with my colleague of Saudi Arabia in the sense that we have three cases presented of exceptionality, and they are not the same. So, in what sense? I believe that it's actually accurate to think that the Bureau can manage it. Colombia was part of the Bureau when the Alst Carnival happened, and I believe it's a good place to decide. It's easier to convene. It has a lot of good virtues, but in the cases of fast track, I totally agree with Saudi Arabia, and I really hope that this, indeed, as he very well put it, doesn't open a Pandora box saying that we can start to fast track exceptions. Because there, I would really like to know, it's not about just the particular case that we had already, but in the future, I would really have to know what determines an exception. Because one thing is the first case, we have to withdraw an element from the lists. Another one is a joint element from the nature that was the Korean traditional wrestling. But fast track is something totally different. So I would like to propose that if we are going to settle some rules or some clarifications, would be on fast track and not on exceptions, because I think it's totally different. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. And before going further, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Curtis for more clarifications.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. There was a very specific question by Morocco, so I do want to address that. And of course, just based on some of the comments, I hope the proposal we put in the document was not meant to suggest that the role of the committee in the inscription is in any way diminished. It is essentially the Bureau to decide how to bring it to the committee is the sense in which we were proposing this solution. The committee, of course, remains the body to decide on inscriptions. But I'd like to talk about the Article 17.3 because it is a procedure which is foreseen for exceptional cases. It has never been used yet. It foresees on the cases of extreme emergency, the inscription for cases of extreme emergency without necessarily having been even put forward by the submitting state, but for which the submitting state has given consent. We've had some attempts from non-states which were not accepted by the Bureau for various reasons. We've had two, and I don't want to go into the details of that. But it talks about criterion U2B and criterion U6, which are set up under Chapter 1 of the operational directives. And I want to just read what that U2B criterion and U6 criterion, if you give me a minute, Mr. Chair. U2A is the normal criterion 2 for the urgent safeguarding list. And U2B reads, the element is an extremely urgent need of safeguarding because it is facing grave threats, as a result of which it cannot be expected to survive without immediate safeguarding. And criteria U6, which says in cases of extreme urgency, the state party concerned has been duly consulted regarding inscription of the element in conformity with Article 17.3. And Article 17.3 is the article that establishes this possibility, which I don't know if, just if you, which reads, in cases of, this is the article of the convention and not of the operational directives, in cases of extreme urgency, and it says, the objective criteria of which shall be approved by the General Assembly upon the proposal of the committee. The committee may inscribe in the item of heritage concerned on the list mentioned in paragraph 1 in consultation with the states party concerned, and so that's Article 7. What is important is, for this discussion, is paragraph 32, therefore, of the operational directives, which essentially says, in accordance with a procedure to be established by the Bureau of the Committee on a case-by-case basis. So the committee, in consultation with the state party, shall examine the nomination as quickly as possible after its submission, in accordance with a procedure to be established by the Bureau of the Committee on a case-by-case basis. So that is the procedure established, and so the short answer to the question from the delegate of Morocco is, yes, it is foreseen only for the urgent safeguarding list and only for cases of extreme emergency on the urgent safeguarding list. But in the procedure foreseen, it is asked that the Bureau, on a case-by-case basis, decide how to bring it to the committee at the next possible stage. So I think that answers Morocco's question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to go back to the list of speakers. That is Burkina Faso, to be followed by Malaysia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that the indications given by the Secretariat do, at least in part, dispel my concerns. The point is, what is an exceptional case? The Secretariat mentioned the extremely urgent cases, but what is an extremely urgent case? Because there are extremely urgent cases and safeguarding cases as described. I feel that it is already covered by the convention. Why then not use the usual procedure, that is the urgent and the safeguarding cases? So my question is, what is an extremely urgent case? However, maybe we shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater, because there are cases and there are precedents, there are situations, we have precedents of these cases the committee is aware of. Is that not a basis? Could it not be our case law to establish rules which could be an addition to the usual procedure? So the question remains, what is a case of extreme urgency? And could we not have, say, a proposal from the Secretariat or any other body defining rules regarding cases of extreme urgency? And that could be something which comes in addition to the usual procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to go further, but it's 1 o'clock, so we have to stop here. Now we will resume our discussions in the afternoon. But having said that, let me just draw the attention of the delegation to a very important issue. What is posed here by the Secretariat does not differentiate between emergency safeguarding list or representative list. That is a very big difference. What the convention stipulates and what the operational guidelines talk about at this moment is only for the emergency safeguarding list, not to the representative list. But in the past, the examples of 2 Koreas and also Haiti, in fact, are for the representative list, not the emergency safeguarding list. So what is proposed by Secretariat is here, whether it is for the representative list or safeguarding list, it should be the Bureau which should make the initial judgment. The committee will make a decision, but the Bureau has to make initial decision as to, as to go ahead with this particular request or not. No, the Saudi Arabian, and also this is also the spirit of some delegations, including Ambassador Kuwait, essentially is that let's stick to the convention. So there is already a set of clear clauses for, safeguarding the emergency safeguarding list. That's it. No more emergency cases for the representative list. That is what where the difference lies. So with that clarification, I would like to resume this discussion in the afternoon. We have not seen any convergence of views. So I would like to encourage other delegations to speak up in the afternoon session. And with that, I would like to close the current session. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can I just start the meeting now? Okay, I would just like to go back to where we stopped this morning. And I still have a few countries wanting to take the floor. So I will give the floor to those delegations who have already raised their hand. That is Malaysia, to be followed by China. So Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving the floor to Malaysia. Now, based on what we have heard actually from the earlier session, so Malaysia wishes to make a point that there is a need to have a clear definition of what does it mean by exceptional cases, as highlighted by Burkina Faso? Am I right to say that based on the criteria U2A and B, that those two constitute exceptional cases? That is one thing. And as explained by Mr. Curtis, the proposed recommendation does not by anyhow diminishes the role of the committee. And what was suggested is for the Bureau to bring about and to initiate the process. Yes, this is definitely well understood. However, from Malaysia's point of view, we are also discussing about the scenarios in the future, which, there's a lot of uncertainties, and we wouldn't want to open any Pandora box. And the more reason there is a need to have clear procedures in dealing with such cases and to be discussed by the committee and not just the Bureau from the beginning. After all, we talk about, we use the term exceptional scenario. So, and because it is exceptional, that is the more reason why the committee has to be involved from the very beginning. And after all, it depends on how we look at the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before going further, can I just point out one thing? The draft proposed by the Secretariat, as I said, does not differentiate between the representative list and the emergency safeguarding list. So, but at the same time, you have a clear provision in the case of the emergency safeguarding list. So to say the Bureau doesn't have a role, it can go against the provisions of the convention, because at least as far as this emergency safeguarding list is concerned, the Bureau has a clear role to play, and that is clearly mentioned in the convention as well as in the operational guidelines. So we have to differentiate the arguments a little bit, because as I said before, in the case of the representative list, we don't have any provision. So the role of the Bureau is something new. But in the case of the emergency list, it's not new. This is already there. So that difference has to be borne in mind when we have discussions on this particular topic. Just for clarification. Okay, having said that, now China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. My delegation would just like to join the previous speakers, especially like the distinguished delegates of Kuwait and Morocco and etc. We would like to share the similar concern. As regard to the two cases that are written in the paragraph 13 of the working document 11, although the committee finally succeeded to make the decision to inscribe these two elements, however, the whole process from the first nomination, submission of the nomination files to the evaluation process are still remain vague to us. So we just can't help wondering that how to define exceptional here, and who is in a position to define what is the exceptional cases, and whether the Bureau is in the legal position to establish the case-by-case process. And additionally, whether this would cause some contradictory problems to the priority principles that we would like to adopt for the sealing of the nomination files. So having said that, we would just like to express our concern on this specific issue. And for the draft paragraph prepared by the Secretariat, we think we are afraid that this seems not convincing to us for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Kuwait to be followed by Sweden, and after Sweden, perhaps I will give the floor to Mr. Curtis. No, Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just wanted to, like I said at the beginning, my first intervention is to add the name of Kuwait with the Saudi Arabia draft resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We have Sweden. Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still on an optimistic mode here and would like to express some, well, actually, thanks for having a clear suggestion from Saudi Arabia, now supported by Kuwait, which I think is interesting. However, I have some question that maybe Mr. Curtis or you can answer. Of course, nobody wants a fast-track system where member states or interested parties can go, so to say, behind the queue or taking a step beside the queue, of course, and trying to understand what actually is written in this proposal, and also bearing in mind what you said, Mr. Chair, about that that this is the original suggestion would actually encompass also the list of the representative list. So in that sense, I have a question. Would it be clearer if we would strike out in the Saudi Arabian suggestion on an exceptional basis? Would that clarify that it's actually possible, because we need to have exceptional cases being treated? That is a question and a suggestion, partly a question. And then I wonder if it might be of interest to clarify the role of the Bureau in the first part, adding for assessment. I would like to reiterate the suggestion is to add for assessment in the first part of the suggestion here in this black text, after listing mechanisms concerned, comma, for assessment. That would mean that it's clear that the Bureau does not make any decisions. Maybe that would be clarifying anything. I'm looking if you have understood my suggestion for addition for assessment when and in a manner and that is a question of trying to clarify and make myself and hopefully others to understand what this is, what the suggestion is about. I will stop there, and if it is not correctly understood from the Swedish part, it's not a red line for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Because we have many complicated issues, perhaps Mr. Curtis can clarify some of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to pick up on three terms that are being used, and I may be at fault myself for having used them interchangeably. But these three terms are extreme urgency, emergency, and exceptional. And I think it's important that we understand extreme urgency is what is foreseen in Article 17.3 of the Convention. And it has a definition, and it's been there. Emergency situations are situations of natural or human-made conflict-related disasters, and there is a definition of emergency situation, which is the definition that is in the operational directives, for the granting of international assistance under emergency under the emergency request for international assistance, and that is paragraph 50 of the operational directives. Exceptional cases have no definition. Exceptional cases are two cases we had, perhaps three, but two cases we had which were unique, put it that way. So the extreme urgency perhaps shouldn't be thought of in terms of these exceptional cases we're talking about here, because it is already foreseen in the directives. And if I may make one more comment, Mr. Chair, the two cases we gave had different impacts on the number of files issued. One case did impact the number of files, meaning the case of the last session of the committee. The first case did not. In fact, it reduced the number of files. So there were two exceptional cases, one which had an impact on the number of files and one which did not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curtis. Now I would like to resume our discussions. For now, I don't see any hand raised, but I would like to hear as many delegations as possible to see what we can do on this topic. So please take the floor at this moment in time. Okay, Saudi Arabia to be followed by Lithuania. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to intervene, and I'm sorry for taking the floor again, just to understand the Swedish proposal. He's taking us back to the original proposal of the Secretariat, and our aim is actually to make suggestions to the proposal that was suggested by Saudi Arabia and supported by Kuwait. And again, this is a procedural matter, but in substance, now my daughter is also participating in the meeting, as it's a very interesting topic, actually. When we say for assessment, please, excuse me, Mr. Chair, just give me 1 second.
Maybe she wants to participate.
Yes, indeed. So when we say for assessment, again, it goes back to other member states who intervened earlier in our morning session. How can the Bureau assess? What is the criteria? What are the criteria that will be used for assessment? So again, we don't want to open that dialogue because it will never end and it's not the place for it. We are aiming actually to discuss the amendments proposed by Saudi and supported by Kuwait, while thanking Sweden delegation for their constructive approach to this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Lithuania to be followed by Colombia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want just to say that I liked the amendment or the adding of Sweden saying about for assessment, but I would add also for initial assessment, for an initial assessment, if it's possible to say, because I think it clarifies a bit the role of the Bureau. And because the final decision, it will be taken by the committee, as I understand. It's just the initial assessment that will be done for further actions of the procedure, etc. It will be done by the Bureau of the committee, and then the committee, if I'm not wrong. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, there's a motion for point of order, which comes from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I didn't really want to use the point of order, but I'm in a position to have to use it. We've presented an amendment, and any changes shall be made to that amendment, and then we can discuss how we can improve it. But going back to the original proposal that is already amended by a member state and supported by another is the basis for discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would just like to reply to Saudi Arabia on this particular point because as a chair, I have to make an immediate response to a point of order. Now, the observation that I have is a little bit different because, you know, the initial proposal, of course, there was an amendment proposed, but the initial proposal and the amendment are very different. So this is not really a simple amendment. This is a new proposal. And therefore, what I'm doing now is trying to see which of those two proposals get more support in the room. Although I have to say that this is half and half, maybe slightly more for Saudi Arabian proposal, but nonetheless, you know, we don't necessarily have a clear convergence views, and that's why I don't think I'm in a position to say that Saudi Arabian position is the basis for discussions. You know, amendments are usually, you know, are not entirely different from the original one. But in this particular case, those two proposals are entirely different in nature. That's why I'm still treating them as options. Does that make things clear, Saudi Arabia?
We're in your hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your understanding. Now let me go back to the list of speakers. Right, we have Colombia to be followed by Burkina Faso. Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for clarifying the two options. So we would go, I mean, we agree in the amendments made by Sweden and the 20 on the initial one. But the option submitted from Saudi Arabia and also, well, and Kuwait is on board as well. I think it's clearer in the sense that the problem is that increases the number of files that should be examined. But, and this is a question maybe for Saudi Arabia, because I don't know why you included the extreme urgency. I think extreme urgency, it's actually something that doesn't matter. I mean, if it's that extreme, it doesn't matter if it increases the number of files from our point of view. But the rest, yes. So what I will propose is to keep the Saudi Arabian proposal, but erasing since without going through the, no, wait. Procedure? Going through inscription procedures without having the in cases of extreme urgency in Article 17 of the convention. I think that would make sense, but I don't know, Saudi Arabia, if you had a particular reason why you didn't want, I mean, you wanted to put in the same place extreme urgency and exceptional cases, because it's not the same at all, I believe.
Okay.
So, and so maybe like that, the two options will be more similar.
Okay. Saudi Arabia, would you like to reply, or perhaps you can come back later?
As you wish, Mr. Chair. We're always prepared and ready. Whatever you see fit.
Yeah. Okay. In this particular case, it would be better if you state your position clear to the room now.
Yeah. Thanks. I'd like to thank the Colombian delegation for their comments. I think the reason why we included this is to actually support your point to differentiate between the two procedures. And this is a copy and paste from the language used in the document itself from the Secretariat, that if an element is not using the extreme urgency procedure under Article 17.3, it shall go through the committee for examination. So that's why we're maintaining it in the paragraph to actually draw the attention that these are two different tracks and two different procedures. But we're in your hands in terms of drafting it.
Yes, because if I may, I understood it totally different of your intention, because I thought it was both. So maybe it's my understanding, so it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me now go back to the list of speakers. That's Burkina Faso to be followed by Kuwait. Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, the delegation of Burkina Faso has noted
the definitions and comments and explanations given. And we see that extreme urgency is cited and defined in the Convention, as is emergency, and the Secretariat gave examples of this. We would like to know if there are examples of extreme urgency that could be defined. It's just to give us a bit of assurance. We'd like to know if there are examples of cases of extreme urgency and extreme, or just urgency, and are they covered in the text? Now, what our concern is here, and I think Colombia, which spoke before us, has just mentioned this, we're talking about the necessary procedure to examine exceptional cases. This is the title here, exceptional cases. We're talking about exceptional cases. And in the proposals, in particular, in the Saudi Arabian proposal, we're talking about extreme urgency. Now, as the Secretariat explained it, we don't have any definition of what an exceptional case is. And I don't know whether we should put these two ideas together here in this proposal. So that's why I'm hesitating here, because we know that there is provision for extreme urgency situations, there are procedures, and we'd like to see some examples, but so far we don't have a clear example of what exceptional cases are, as the Secretariat itself pointed out. And that's our concern. Thank you, Chair.
Well, just to Burkina Faso, can I just make one clarification question? So would you like to propose to delete on an exceptional basis? Is that what you are proposing?
No, je vais.
No. What I wanted to say was that we have to define exactly what it is that we're talking about. Are we talking about exceptional cases for which we do not have a definition? There was some case law. There were some cases which were previously treated by the committee. Or are we talking about extreme urgency cases which are foreseen in particular under Article 17.3. So that's what I'm asking. So if we're talking about an exceptional case procedure, since we do not have any definition of that, maybe this might actually reflect the various concerns and discussions that were expressed by the various delegations. And also, I think that a recommendation would go in the other direction. But if we talk about extreme urgency cases, they are foreseen by the texts. And therefore, this means that possibly we might even have to change the title when we talk about the necessary procedure to examine extremely urgent cases instead of exceptional cases. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope I was clear in my development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the particular question, my understanding is that, extreme urgent, what was it? The extreme urgency, the case of extreme urgency is already clearly articulated and clearly stipulated in Article 17.3. So what Saudi Arabia suggests, in fact, is that if you don't want to go to that path, then the committee has to make a decision. Because what happens is, for example, if a member state wants to inscribe their element for the representative list for whatever reason, then that will certainly affect the number of files, the issue of number of files. Maybe this is like to be one more addition to the number of files. And in that case, this does not go to some kind of, new mechanism, but this simply goes to the committee as usual. That is my understanding. Saudi Arabia, if what I'm saying is not clearly your understanding, please say it now. But otherwise, I think this is my understanding about the Saudi Arabian proposal.
Yeah, if you allow me, if you allow me to.
Sure, please.
Yeah, I think I support definitely what you have stipulated just now, and I would actually add to it is that, again, there's an already established mechanism called urgency, extreme urgency. And what's happening right now with the necessary procedure to examine exceptional cases, our biggest fear is just to create a backdoor. That is the biggest fear. And our aim through this working group together is to draft something that will ensure that this backdoor is not open for the benefit and sustainability of the convention.
Yes, thank you very much. That is very clear. Now, Kuwait to be followed by Morocco. Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, let me start with this, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the reason or the rationale, like I said, we're having, the extreme exception, extreme cases, and Article 17.3 is just to remind everyone that we are talking about listing mechanism. Again, we are discussing about the listing mechanism. So if a case, it's an extreme urgent, there is a clear path for, the listing mechanism. And again, I'm very, Kuwait is very firm to respect the nomination process to the listing mechanism of the 2003. So anything to go out of the nomination process, this is what we are, we are undermining the convention and the credibility of the committee. So, and after hearing, Mr. Tim about, when he said the emergencies definition and extreme cases, let me remind our colleagues in Bogota, we approved the operational principle and modalities for the safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in emergencies. Again, in emergencies, and it's included in that document, when natural disaster. If you look at these principles, and those was done by experts, that's the one who are, we really trust them. And what's in the sixth principle, nothing said about, the listing and the representative list. They are focusing on the financial aid, on the how to preserve it, but they did not mention about, in the emergency, because they know if it's an emergency and to be listed, you have another route in Article 17.3. So this is, so to us, there is nothing exceptional based on the natural or, there is no, unless it goes within the nomination process. You have the nomination listing process, it goes in that mechanism, that's fine to us. So to cut it, short, we believe, that, when, for any reason to increase the number of files, you go back to the committee, and the committee by default will respect the nomination process to the listing mechanism of the 2003 convention. Going back to Mr. Chair, the examples that were given, for example, the 2 North Korean, those files were already within the quota. All was exceptional is to join them in a one file. And it was done by the committee. It was done by the committee. So this is, but when we're going back to saying, to the bureau or the committee for exceptional, and we look at the, and to me, what's exceptional? Natural disasters. And we say natural disasters, we'll have, so many natural disasters. That means any member state will go use this documents that we are approve it, saying go to the bureau based on the exceptional basis, based on natural, So every member state have the right to go to the bureau and to the committee based on the natural disaster. I need my file to be on exceptional basis. And this is, we're taking away, again, the nomination process to the listing mechanism. So that's why our rationale to ensure if you have, again, the listing mechanism, there is other resources for the emergencies, very well clarified in the operational principle that was approved in Bogota, very well for emergencies to preserve the elements. So that's our point of view, Mr. Chair, and that's our rationale for having this the Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Before going further, let me make one clarification question, because you answered one of them already, but there are two past examples. But let me just create one particular example. Japan is a country of a lot of natural disasters. We have earthquakes, we have typhoons, we have torrential rain, we have tsunamis, and we have all sorts of natural disasters. And on a hypothetical case where Japan suffers from natural disasters like tsunami, earthquake, torrential rain, all combined. Okay, we have 4 different natural disasters. On top of that, as a result of natural disasters, the government of Japan collapsed. Tokyo had a very heavy impact coming from natural disaster, and we lost our, strong will. And then when we come back to say, please think about our situation. This is a very miserable situation, and there is one particular intangible heritage we can still unite the country all together. Please inscribe this on exceptional cases, but not for the emergency list, but for representative list. Now, if there are cases like this, is it up to the committee to decide whatever they want to decide, or this case will not be allowed in the future? So, Ambassador Adam, would you be able to respond to this clarification question?
I will respond with a smile, Your Excellency. Excellency, it will not be there for a simple reason, because it's subjective. It's to you, it's positive, other people's is not. So there is no clear guideline. It's more subjective. It's what's, think you unite. It's, other people don't feed. Then everything can unite people. Everything, even if you look at, with due respects, we have so many issues. COVID, people went down. This will unite us. So many things that, I think we need to, again, focus on the elements of the living heritage, the elements. This convention is more about the elements. What's about the national emergencies, national disaster, there is a clear operational principle and modality that was done by experts and approved, the committee in 2019 to deal with natural disasters. And when I looked at it so many times, the experts who did it, they know. The reason they did not put it in the listing in that document, because they know, then we know it will be at the end, Your Excellency, it's all about lobbying. I mean, you say it frankly, if Japan, submitted that, it will come, and I don't have, as a bureau member, I don't have a guideline to say, yes, it's a really, and it will unite them. It will be based on, Your Excellency, lobbying to the bureau member, convince them. And as you know, we as a member states, a lot of time we don't say no, especially for Japan. We will say, okay, but I think this will harm the convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words. And well, in fact, what you said just clarified your intentions very clear. Okay, with that, let me now go to Morocco, to be followed by Colombia. Morocco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was smiling listening to the discussion, but I would like first to say that may God preserve Japan from any catastrophe. And if this were to happen, unfortunately, and we've all done this before because we all have values, of course this would be taken into account without any problem, as we did for Haiti last year, for instance. No, but what we're discussing today are 2 points. Firstly, I would like to say because I think it's relevant. I support the proposal from Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, because this actually really asks the right question, as was explained at the end of the morning by our friend from Saudi Arabia in a very relevant manner. There are two questions. There's a question of abiding and complying with the procedures, and I fully support what was suggested by Saudi Arabia, because of course it's very important. All the more so that the operational directives were adopted in Bogota. And the second thing is, and this actually echoes what was said by the eminent representative for Burkina Faso, is the question of the admissibility of the file. It has to do with the definition of extreme urgency, and he was right in stressing this. So I think that we should add to the amendment suggested by Saudi Arabia, adding something that might possibly quieten the concerns linked to extreme urgency. Whenever you're talking about natural disaster, the situation is clear. It's a case of extreme urgency. But there may be other cases where the definition of extreme urgency might be important, and the various elements left for appreciation might also be important. And so this would help the committee decide on the admissibility of the file as an exceptional case. And I think that this leads and gives rise to another problem, in my opinion. We should have to think about it together to try and find the right formula so as to appease these concerns, which are quite legitimate, quite justified. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having given me the floor. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very constructive and articulate remarks, including some warm words for Japan. Okay, now Colombia to be followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. And, well, okay, I don't want to sound unsensible. And anyways, the sincerity and clearness of Ambassador of Kuwait was, I think, enough. But I have three things to say regarding, since we are already in the Saudi Arabian proposal, which I repeat, it's okay for me. But first of all, and I will repeat my previous question, I think we have to the wording is not good, because I don't know if it's me, but still, without going through the inscription procedures in cases, I think it's not clear that you are differentiating the cases. So I think we can make a better use of that. That's the first. The second one, regarding this new proposal, is that anyways, everything that goes to the committee goes first to the Bureau. So in this case, the proposal, as I understanding in the beginning, wasn't that the Bureau was going to decide, as if in the cases of giving the international assistance, for example. This is not the case. It's that is discussed in the Bureau to be recommended to the committee, and after decided by the committee, as was the case on the 3 examples that we have in the working group. So in that sense, I do believe, and I really do believe, because when the cases are really exceptional, they need more discussion, they need to have a longer process, and the Bureau gives you the facility to do so. So I think only leave it to the committee is not because the committee is not competent or it's not their job. It's because it's to facilitate the work and the decision of the committee. So in that sense, I think it's important to know that the mention of the Bureau is not that the Bureau makes a decision, as in the case of founding, but a initial assessment, as Lithuania pointed out. And the third thing is that what bothers me about this procedure to examine exceptional cases is the fast tracking. I think we should not promote that language. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if you think that this is really, but I mean, I know sometimes it has to be done, but I don't see why we have to promote a fast tracking in general. Maybe after really in exceptional cases, but if you put right away that there's a way to do fast tracking because something is exceptional, I will steal the words of the ambassador of Kuwait, then it's subjective, it can be lobbied, it can be, and we are thinking in the worst scenario, right? But I don't think it's appropriate to have it here. So that will be my thing. And really, if somebody with better English than me can then figure out how to point the Article 17 as an opposite of the exceptional basis, I will really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Japan to be followed by Venezuela and Egypt. And after Egypt, I would like to have a pause. So Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair. We are also not for creating like backdoors to increase the number of files, but however, we have to remind a little bit of the case last year, which was a natural disaster, and then was not willing to go to the urgent safeguarding list, but was willing to have an inscription in the representative list. So I was just wondering if it would be completely good to have all these exceptional cases not valid for like completion, but I know that the Saudi Arabian proposition have allowed the committee to decide if there will be. We are not going to say fast tracking because I don't also think that putting fast tracking is maybe not a great way to see this, but the Saudi Arabia case, we should go to the committee if there is an exceptional case. I think that that's valid, but I was just wondering if the committee in that case, for Haiti, for example, it was like they submitted their case in the end of in the beginning of April or something on the same year. So if the committee could be gathered in exceptional cases every time there is such cases and then evaluate quickly if it's really an exceptional cases. Of course, not including Article 7.3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now Egypt, and after that, let me offer my observations. Egypt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me? First, you hear me. I would like to join the proposal for Saudi Arabia, but I have an issue with this proposal because I agree there is a big difference between the extreme urgent and exceptional. And as well, we do not have a final definition for exceptional. We live now in an exceptional world. So, and the threat of, in case you mentioned, Mr. Chairperson, for the national disaster, it is the main threat here is for the tangible culture. In that case, people usually go to their intangible culture heritage and trying to revitalize. I'm not with the term of fast tracking. If it is element will vanish in this very short term, it is not representing the state party. So I'm supporting the Saudi Arabian proposal with some adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to make one observation. It is clear by now that many people are talking about Saudi Arabian proposal rather than the Secretariat original proposal. So perhaps we should focus on the Saudi Arabian proposal from now. Now, in the Secretariat original proposal, there was an element of bureau, the role of bureau. And some delegation did mention the role of bureau. I think it was Colombia, Lithuania, and Sweden. So perhaps what we should do, one of the things that we can do is perhaps to look for a possibility of having that element, the bureau element for initial assessment into this Saudi Arabian proposal. That's one possibility. Well, I'm not insisting on any, but that's one possibility. And another possibility, another issue is around this exceptional basis. If I understand it well, Colombian position is to delete this part on an exceptional basis. many delegations have expressed some concerns about this word exceptional basis or exceptional cases without clear definition. So one option would be to delete this particular part on an exceptional basis. So those are the kind of suggestions that could be happening.
Mr. Chair, it's a fast tracking Colombia.
Fast tracking.
Oh, fast tracking. Okay,
Fast tracking.
Okay. Right. So, what is it that results from an unforeseen element without fast tracking?
It can be results from assessing an unforeseen element or something like that.
Okay.
Because the exceptional, if I may, I'm sorry, I took the floor like freely.
No, it's okay. It's okay because.
But if I may explain, the problem is not because exceptional is exceptional. Exceptional means that it hasn't happened before, or that is something for which we don't have any rules. We have it before, like pour retirer un élément de la liste. Okay, but so it's actually exceptional and unforeseen. But the fast tracking, I really would suggest to delete it. That's the difference. Thank you. Which is not the same at all as extreme urgency, which is already defined in the text that the Secretariat pointed out.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for misunderstanding the situation. But what you would like to strike out is the fast tracking. Okay.
Yes, indeed, but then we will have to replace it for something. I don't know if assessment will, from assessing or from evaluating or for considering an unforeseen element or something like that. So we don't promote the practice of fast tracking, which we really don't, not a fan.
Okay, thank you very much. So we still have 35 minutes, and let me try if we can find a compromise on the basis of this text. And the floor is open, and we have Venezuela to be followed by Burkina Faso. Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've been trying to follow the discussion, and it's very delicate, but I think perhaps I don't know, because I come with some wording, but something's changed, so I don't want to be the one who makes the discussion take a step back. It's not at all my intention, but I think it's just that perhaps there are two things that we're trying to solve it with one para, and from my understanding of the discussion, especially when it comes to the exceptional cases that we have no criteria or definition or understanding of what this entails. So perhaps also, I agree, by the way, with the withdrawing, striking out the reference to fast tracking. A way to also move forward is it's proposing perhaps at a later stage the study or the evaluation, the consideration of identifying or establishing criteria to what exceptional basis refers to, because evidently it does open a lot to interpretation, and what we want is to be able to follow the procedures, but understanding that evidently sometimes demands of the reality could be more pressing. So perhaps either another new paragraph could be included to make reference to this, and that way it would perhaps ease some of the concerns that my colleagues have expressed regarding future attempts to fast-track cases and not go through the designated and the understood timeline and process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Burkina Faso to be followed by Lithuania. Burkina Faso, please.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like, considering the development, I would like to think that we could maybe make the extreme or emergency the same as exceptional basis. If that was the case, my delegation would agree with Saudi Arabia's proposal. But again, I would like to express our concern if it's not made clear that we're talking about the same thing when we're talking on exceptional basis and extreme urgency, then we need to phrase it better and only make reference to extreme urgency, because we know what we're talking about when we talk about extreme urgency. And I think Japan has offered a number of examples, and those are cases outside of extreme urgency cases. So that means that from today, we can start thinking that any exceptional cases is an extreme urgency case. In that case, we'd agree. The Burkina Faso would agree with the Saudi Arabia proposal and would support that amendment.
Now, Lithuania to be followed by Saudi Arabia. Lithuania, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we take the proposal of Saudi Arabia, supported by a number of states, we discuss now. So then I would propose in the end of this wording, I would propose to add something if it is good, so that any increase in the number of files on exceptional basis shall be examined by the committee after the initial assessment of the Bureau of a Committee. I'm sorry if like, the language is not maybe very, very well, but any increase on the number of files on an exceptional basis shall be examined by the committee after the initial assessment by the Bureau of a Committee. But I liked also the idea of Colombia, then because the wording of fast tracking I do not like very much, me as well. But if we take out this fast tracking, it's something is wrong in the wording of the sentence in the beginning. That results from an unforeseen element is something wrong here. I don't know. And then we will have two times exceptional basis if it's okay with the end, for example, that I propose now. So I think we should take out something in the beginning maybe. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. The author of the draft, Saudi Arabia, do you have a solution?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm under pressure now. Since the Lithuanian proposal came so fresh, I think I need some time to assess and see how we can fit it within the paragraph. But I just wanted to draw the working group's attention to the phrase fast tracking. It's actually used in the document itself that's presented by the Secretariat. And I refer to paragraph 13, page 4, when it talked about the case of Jumu Soup. Haiti requested to have the nomination of Jumu Soup examined for possible inscription on the list on a fast-track basis. So our job, and I understand the sensitivity of the use of the word fast-track, it's actually, and I think it's necessary for us to use it in the recommendations of the working group to make sure that we don't use it again. I think eliminating the word will not help. Imagine us convening 5 years or 10 years from now, and the use of the word fast tracking has never been, I would say, tabooed or forbidden by the working group. Then people will use it. And again, we're not really using the word out of thin air. It's used in the document of the Secretariat itself, page 4, paragraph 13, letter B. So again, we're in your hands, Mr. Chair. Allow me some time to go back to you with regards to the Lithuanian suggestion, and we thank them for their constructive approach to this dialogue. And we're always in your hands in regards to how we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, before going to Morocco, let me just remind you one thing. You know, the committee, if you want to convene an extraordinary session of the committee, you need 2/3 majority. That is actually stipulated in the convention. Now, bureau can be held at any time and therefore flexible in timing, but the committee, if you want to convene a committee, it needs some energy. At least you need to get consent from the 14 countries. This is a statement of the fact. I'm not trying to take sides, but you know that's a fact. That's something that I wanted to mention to facilitate the discussions. Now, Morocco, you have the floor. Ambassador, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just thinking out loud, and I would suggest instead of fast tracking, after an unforeseen element, maybe we could add that justify an accelerated processing instead of fast tracking.
Okay, thank you very much. Accelerating.
That could justify an accelerated processing. No, after an unforeseen element, we would have that sentence that could justify. Yes, here. That could justify an accelerated processing. And second, I'm also yes with the. It could be interesting. Also, the proposal of Lithuania could be also interesting about the initial assessment by the Bureau of the Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Colombia to be followed by Venezuela and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. So, Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair. May I suggest a new paragraph to simplify this one, because I think it's getting too complicated, and maybe that's. I mean, I don't see an easy thing, but if it's more complicated to introduce something now, please let me know, and of course, there's no problem.
Well, if you don't mind, can I just go on talking about this paragraph a bit more? It is complicated, but nonetheless, we may be getting somewhere.
It is regarding the paragraph, but I mean, it's taking a little bit everything, but well, if you think we are getting somewhere, go ahead, no problem.
Yeah, thank you. We don't have a lot of time, so I will come to the conclusion 10 minutes before the end of this session. So let me try a bit further. Venezuela to be followed by Kuwait.
Okay. Well, I guess my observations will be in this paragraph, but we'll see what else we could look forward to what Colombia has to present. In any case, perhaps instead of reviewed by the committee, it could be presented for consultation to the committee members. That way, it would allow, instead of waiting for the committee to take place, perhaps establish a silent procedure or an online consultation in which the committee members can evaluate and consult with their experts to react on whether to include said unforeseen case in their list. But again, we can not propose, we're not tied to this, but it's just a way of looking forward, considering the limitations that were presented, I think, by the chair. But understanding the role and the importance that the committee has when reviewing or change or considering cases that were not originally foreseen in the list.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Kuwait to be followed by Saudi Arabia. Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just try to reach more consensus and flexible. To us, we are flexible with Lithuania's proposal that with the initial assessment of the bureau, because at the end it will go to the committee. To us, as long as the final say it's to the committee, there is initial assessment. We have no issue with that. So with Lithuania, and just went back to the terminology fast tracking. As I heard, none of the working group member is with the fast tracking. We really, none of us with the fast tracking. The rationale having it there is just to say that it's there, it's happened. Are we eager to have exact that word? We're flexible on that. We can go with the Moroccans with the unforeseen element. That's fine, just so we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One, to save time, I support what was mentioned by His Excellency Ambassador of Kuwait. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Netherlands, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can agree with the paragraph in the proposal made by Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, but there's still some confusion. We're still a little bit puzzled about the part without going through the inscription procedure in cases of extreme urgency in the sense of Article 17.3 of the Convention. Because we think if we mean that this procedure does not concern the inscription procedures in cases of Article 17.3, we should make that more clear, and maybe we should just add it as a separate sentence. So we can delete it there in the text, which I think will also make the first part of the text more readable, and then add a sentence in the end that this procedure is not open for cases that can be assessed through the procedure that we have in Article 17.3, if that makes sense. Or maybe I didn't understand it correctly, but please clarify.
Okay, now we have 4 delegations raising hand, no, 3, Colombia, Poland, and China. Okay, we will come back to your point, Netherlands, we will come back to your point later, and I would like to ask Tim to, not now, but after 3 delegations, I would like to ask Tim to come in. Okay, now Colombia to be followed by Poland.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have some suggestions that will answer to Poland, if I may. I'm trying to go to the consensus, but it's because I'm having a hard time with this paragraph, but trying. So if we put at the end, because we have that I deleted fast tracking, then Morocco includes something else, then, we have all included. So if all that last part could read, and I hope this makes it, any case in the number of files on an exceptional basis should be examined by the committee, except for cases of extreme urgency falling in Article 17.3 of the Convention, to avoid resulting on a fast track situation. Does that make it clearer? And because what I think is not all the exceptional cases we're going to fall on a fast track, but we want to avoid the fast track. So I don't know if that will be okay. So should I read it again, just in case, if it works for everyone?
Yeah, well, can you read it again?
Yes, so it will go like this. Any increase in the number of files on an exceptional basis, which is the same as Lithuania said before, I think, should be examined by the committee, except for cases of extreme urgency falling under Article 17.3 of the Convention, to avoid resulting on a fast-tracking situation. So that proposal, what it does is that it takes the fast tracking of the beginning, the doubts, etc., and changes a little bit the order to understand that we want the committee to revise it first. We have an exception of these particular ones, and we want to avoid the fast tracking, as Saudi Arabia very well explained, that we don't want. We want people to know in the future that we had this discussion before. And last thing, I have a problem not mentioning, or I don't know if I don't see it anymore, the Bureau in these situations, because I believe they have a role to play, which is important anyways, and that can make these discussions faster after for the committees. So if we could somehow include a short version of it in the beginning, but I know you're trying to go fast with this, Mr. Chair, but I really think we need to have a clear procedure. So if we could have something, a little bit of the beginning of the original proposal, and then the other one, it could be good, because I do believe, and the ones who were in the precedent cases know that it's actually a case-by-case scenario anyways. And that doesn't mean that we have to go to a fast track and not respect the rules already made for the listing mechanism.
Okay.
So I have a language for that after also, but yes, thank you.
No, I just wanted to point out that the issue bureau is contained in the Lithuanian suggestion.
Yes. Oh, okay, perfect. As I said, I was a little lost. Wait.
Okay.
Exactly. Oh, well, it was very similar, because you see, if you keep an increase in the number of files on an electional basis should be examined. Exactly. Okay, that will work. If you put the Lithuanian followed by the Colombian, it kind of makes the sense I was trying to put on the paragraph. Thank you very much for pointing it out, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, Poland to be followed by China, and after China, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Curtis. So Poland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Clearly, this is a very difficult situation right now, even for me, since we have a lot of new wording, and I'm trying to follow every rationale in this recommendation that we as open-ended working group are trying to give to the committee. And to be honest, I'm also trying to find some logic in here. First of all, I do not understand why we assume that there is an increase of a number of files to be reviewed by the committee that results from the fast tracking. So where is the increase? That's the first thing. Second thing, I understand that we need to diversify what is the exceptional cases and what is the urgent, extreme urgency, which will be the procedure under the Article 17.3. So I totally agree with what has been said beforehand by Netherlands, that maybe this part should be deleted from this paragraph of this recommendation to the committee, because it makes a lot of confusion while reading. So in this sense, I would ask the Secretariat for more clarification, and maybe we should right now divide the text into two different options that we would like to move forward, because right now it's too mixed. And I don't know whether we still have the same sense of and see the same sense of this paragraph. I hope, Mr. Chair, that I wasn't making things much more unclear. My intervention was to basically do some Ordnung, as the Germans would say. and to make us go forward with this recommendation. And we need to remember that we need to recommend something to the committee. And as far as we are okay with the wording proposed just seconds ago by Colombia, we still don't see how this sentence is actually a recommendation to the committee from us. So maybe the Secretariat could help us to clarify this as well. Thank you.
Yes, well, welcome back. And, well, in fact, your team will be coming in after the intervention from China. So please, first, China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We see there are a lot of proposals here trying to find a solution, but also we are kind of see some confusions in the current paragraph. So I'm trying to help. Before we go into the specific wording of this paragraph, I would like to stream out the logic here. Now, first, we believe that we would have to know clearly what is exactly the exceptional cases and what is the process to treat this kind of cases. After that, and then we would know that we believe and we agree, totally agree that it should be the committee itself to make the decision whether to take this kind of files into the current cycle and to examine these kind of files. So we believe the logic is here like this. So can we just invite the Secretariat to help us with some clarification on the definition or how to identify this kind of exceptional cases, just like the extreme emergency cases, which already has the definition and the specific process, how to treat it. And then we can go into the specific process in order to avoid any like a fast tracking situation or some other, backdoor situation, unnecessary backdoor situation. So this is the logic we understand. So after only we are based on this kind of understanding that we can go into the trying to find out the specific wording of this paragraph. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. With a lot of calls for help, maybe it's the time the team can come in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you to all the delegates. Indeed, it's quite a complex paragraph we have here. I'd like to start with a very simple clarification on something that I perhaps should have picked up earlier. And this is just to be consistent with the normal language we use in the committee. When in our language we normally use under the convention, the committee examines a file, that is an examination of whether it should be to inscribe. So, if I may, I'd like to start by swapping two words where in the first case, because of the increase in the number of files to be examined by the committee, not reviewed, and I think this will be important afterwards. So to change reviewed to examined by the committee, and then below, no, wait up. Please just change under the second live files, change it to examined by the committee and shall be reviewed by the committee. And then under any increase in the number of files on an exceptional basis shall be reviewed by the committee. English, please. No, back, go down, please. Now, why do I say that? Because reviewed by the committee. So the committee will review the number of files, but it will examine a file. When the committee examines the files, it's examining it for inscription or not. This is important because it impacts the Colombia proposal actually means any increase in the files on an exceptional basis then needs to be changed to reviewed by the committee, not examined. So each time the number of files is reviewed and the other ones, because the original one was being examined by the committee, it would be encouraging them. Having said this, and having listened to the debates, we do have a proposal which might work, okay? Based on what was said. Can I ask the team to put it on the screen? No, you've made a mistake, sorry, with the barcode. please go any increase in the number of files up after Morocco, Lithuania, Morocco, there, that's where you changed examine to review. Therefore, the initial one of, why I say that, because the Colombian proposal, any increase in the number of files on an exception shall be examined by the committee, literally means that any increase will go to the committee for an examination, which is not what we want. So it should be reviewed in Colombia. I'm sorry to take time for that, but in the future that will be important in interpreting this paragraph. However, Mr. Chairperson, can we try to summarize what was said? And I'm going to ask something to come up, which I think, having listened quite carefully to the various proposals, might solve. I'll put it up. Yeah.
No, we have to read it up.
Okay.
Okay, because of the increase in the number of files examined by the committee, let's go. Because of the increase.
So,
in 3 minutes.
Yeah, just very quickly, I think what we tried to do here is to take the various interventions and rework it in a language that keeps to the spirit of those interventions. So first of all, we don't want accelerated processing or fast-track basis. And if anything comes up that might imply that, it has to be the committee that to review it. But to get to the committee, you still need to go. There needs to be a way to get to the committee, which is the Bureau. Secondly, it does not impact all the procedures that are foreseen under 17.3, so it does not affect extreme urgency situations, as was, I understand, the spirit of the Saudi Arabia proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure that it would take some time to understand this proposal from the Secretariat. So can I suggest, because we're approaching 3:30 now, so can I suggest that the participants will look at this proposal, perhaps in contrast to the previous discussions contained in the previous draft. And we will come back to this issue in the last session today. So my proposal now would be for us to go to break now, but unfortunately the Bureau has to continue working. The Bureau will try to identify what is the suitable language for the discussions earlier this morning. I mean, so the number of files. The number of files discussions, we will discuss it in the Bureau, and then we will present it in the last session today. Now, on this one, because this is very new, Bureau may not be in a position to come to an agreement on this one. So, Bureau will concentrate on the number of files part of the discussions, and then we will come back to this issue after we discuss number of files. So in the order. So can we now go for a break? But bureau members will need to be connected. I think for details, Funke, would you like to explain one more time for the
bureau members will stay on. Just to explain, please stay connected. However, non-bureau members will be moved to another room, and bureau members, please stay in the same room. So please stay connected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have a break. Thank you. A bureau has to be hardworking, I'm afraid. Now, okay, let's go back to the discussion about the number of files, but this is the key paragraph. If we have an agreement on this paragraph, we may be able to finish at least this number of files part. So let me explain a little bit about what you see on the screen at this moment in time. Now, the first paragraph, the first group of sentences is in fact my proposal. It's actually taking bits and pieces of, Okay, good afternoon once again to you, and welcome back, my colleagues. Now, as I said in the morning, let us come back to the recommendations on the issues linked to the annual number of files. So those are, the paragraphs shown on the screen are the ones that Bureau wants to propose as a group. So let me just go one by one. First of all, the annual seating. The annual number of nominations to the urgent safeguarding list, the representative list, and to the register of good safeguarding practices that can be treated in total is to be set at least 55 and no more than 60. I do recognize the fact that we did not include the proposal for the bigger number, at least 75, at least 60, no more than 70. We did not include it because, in paragraph 3, we had lengthy discussions. In there, we agreed, we will try to agree that we will deal with the issue of financial and human resources before increasing the number of files to be treated in a year. And therefore, logically, the number of the files to be examined in a year should stay as it is for the time being. So for that reason, we did not include the suggestions for a bigger number in this. And I would like to open the floor for comments, but I would like to draw attention to the fact that this particular formulation is linked to the third paragraph. So, first of all, because on the third paragraph, we are very close to the agreement. So that probably means that we agree on the principle that at this moment in time, we will stay with the number as it is and look for financial and human resources to increase the number of files in the future. So on that understanding, is there any delegation which has a problem with the first paragraph? Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a problem. I just, like I said, before, we are okay with this, number 1, because we had a lengthy discussion for the, paragraph 3. So just Kuwait, just to support what we have in number 1, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other delegations? Morocco, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do not have any issues with the first paragraph, except perhaps the end of the paragraph. Now, you're right, it's linked to the third paragraph, which refers to measures to be taken before increasing the number of files. But the no more than 60 limits us with regard to future prospects. Perhaps we could stop at least 55, because the no more than 60 limits us. And that is my thought that I would like to submit to my colleagues. I believe that the no more than 60 is a bit of an issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, before I offer my observation, please, Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Et avec tout le respect, on va...
And with all due respect to Morocco, we do wish to set that limit. We do not want to exceed that ceiling of 60. I believe that was the very idea behind this. I know we referred to exceptional cases and so on, but I think that it's important to maintain this ceiling of 60, given that we are going to, in the future, reflect on increasing the ceiling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Burkina Faso.
Thank you, Chair. Now, regarding this paragraph, I have a question about the minimum number. It's not regarding the ceiling, but regarding the minimum, the at least 55. Currently, in the documents that were shared with us, we have a situation where we have a heavy backlog. I believe that, you know, if we had under 55, well, would we wait until we reached 55 files before treating the files? What I wanted to say is the following. If we set the limit to 60, are we not saying between 0 and 60? I just wanted to understand the minimum of 55. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. There is a history to this, but anyway, let me give the floor to Austria, to be followed by Lithuania. Austria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to echo what Colombia has said. We had lengthy discussions yesterday concerning the ceiling, and I think coming back to the documents under option A, I think that a majority then, or maybe I did not count it, but many delegations were in favor of having the ceiling here. So I suggest to keep it here as it is suggested by the Bureau and the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Austria, please. Sorry, Lithuania, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to support what has already been said by Colombia and Austria. Unfortunately, we do have to set an upper limit. We do need to have a ceiling of 60 and no more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to second what my colleague, Ambassador of Kuwait, has said, and I would like also to echoing you, Your Excellency, when you said that the amendment by China was not added when we increased the number. So yes, of course, we are willing to live with number 1 as is, with the cap, but making sure that we accept 3 as well in its entirety without editing it. That's conditional. With that, I think we can reach consensus and move forward to the next items. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I have the same impression. Okay, we still have 2 delegations wanting to take the floor. Egypt to be followed by Venezuela. Egypt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We agree with number 1 as it is, but we recommend to delete the minimum number. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, we could support the proposal made by Kuwait. However, in view to move the discussion further, we can accept the cap at 60, ensuring that 3 remains as it is. So we look forward to the discussion that will be happening to be able to perhaps raise the cap, at least on a temporary basis, to allow to promote the unclogging that we have seen so far. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, the question of minimum number, 55, this has a history. We had a discussion, I think it was, when was it? That 2 meetings ago. We did have a very heavy discussion on this particular meeting, on this particular issue. And there was a suggestion at that time, let's not set the cap number, but let's go for the minimum number, which was 55 at that time. But Secretariat voluntarily made an effort to increase it to 60. That is why 2 numbers are still here. It's not very logical how to have a minimum number here. And could I just go back to Kuwait? Are you okay with the deletion of the minimum number, or would you like to, because it was your suggestion originally, so, is it okay to get rid of this minimum number, or would you like to keep it there?
No, we are okay, Mr. Chair, with the removing the minimum number like our colleagues from Burkina Faso. That's fine with us.
Okay, thank you very much. So in that case, let's get rid of this at least 55. Let's end.
In total is to be no more, is to be set at no more than 60.
Yeah, okay, so that particular part that reads now, that can be treated in total is to be, do we need to set that? Oh, anyway, is to be set at no more than 60.
Yeah.
So delete the list 55 and. Okay, any objections to this? Otherwise, we would like to go ahead with this formulation. Any objections? So I don't see any. Well, thank you very much. And let's move to the second paragraph. Okay, the second paragraph is more or less agreed. All requests for international assistance are to be examined by the Bureau of the Committee. The requests should not exceed $100,000 US except for emergency requests. This is the result of the discussions yesterday. So I hope there is no objection to this. I don't see any raising of hand. Okay, thank you very much, and this, I think, is agreed. Now let me move to the paragraph 3. This is the most important paragraph, and we, as a group, we try to get different elements suggested by different delegations, and this is the formulation that we have at this moment. Let me read it to make sure. Sustainable staffing requirements of the Secretariat need to be resolved for the support required to further implement the 2003 Convention, including the work of the evaluation body. The Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed for developing the listing mechanism in order to increase the annual ceiling of nominations. This proposal should be submitted for examination by the committee for transmission to the 10th session of the General Assembly and to the Executive Board of UNESCO in order to decide on the allocation of necessary resources for the sustainable staffing requirements of the Secretariat. This is an effort to try to capture all the thoughts suggested by many other delegations. We have now 2 sentences for one sentence which we were talking about earlier. But this separation of one sentence into 2 does not have any substantive meaning. It's just that the sentences were a bit too long. So with that, any views? Portugal to be followed by Colombia. Portugal, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We fully support this paragraph, and we have absolutely no problem with the drafting. And there is only a minor point, I believe. It is the order. Shouldn't be for transmission in the end, for transmission first to the Executive Board and afterwards the General Assembly. Because I do believe that such a matter will be indeed examined before by a session of the Executive Board before being on the agenda of the 10th session of the General Assembly. So the suggestion would be just to change the order for transmission to the Executive Board of UNESCO and to the 10th session of the General Assembly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I mean, sorry again, I'm being really intense, but this will be my last intensity. So I would like to, in the first sentence, and this is my justification. I really don't believe, as I said in the morning, and I believe I had also some support, that this, even though we are speaking about increasing the ceiling, and we agree on this, but if we are going to look for resources, we can do it as well for everything if we are going to put ourselves in this job. So if we can say that, and I send it by writing, I guess you work it on the Bureau, I understand, but I really would like to have sustainable staffing requirements of the Secretariat need to be resolved for the support required for further implementation of the purposes of the Convention, which is basically Article 1 of the Convention. And then we widen up. Don't worry, it will be good for the other group as well later. And here we take off including the work of the evaluation body, because we are going to put it after. So it's better written, I believe. So, and then the Secretariat is to prepare a detailed proposal for the financial and human resources needed for developing the listing mechanism, comma, including the work of the evaluation body, because here we had all our discussion about how they have to work differently, that needs more resources in order to increase the ceiling. So including the work of the evaluation body and the increase of the annual ceiling of nominations. And in that sense, and I repeat, what I want to propose is that, of course, this is a priority. Of course, we are all interested in continuing this discussion about the ceiling, but what will happen if we increase the ceiling, if we have more nominations, and after we have more elements in the list, and we need to examine all their periodic reports? We will need also more money. So I believe that this really has to be a joint and integral and holistic review of the staffing in order to be really sustainable, and not only sustainable for this particular subject. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Just to clarify, so needed for developing the listing mechanism, including the work of the evaluation body and
we can delete to and increase the annual ceiling of nomination. So we deleted the second in order.
Maybe in order to the increase in the annual ceiling, right? Because this has to be a noun.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Now the floor is open. Venezuela to be Austria to be followed by Venezuela. Austria, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the delegation of Colombia for this slight change, which I fully agree with, also concerning the rationale of this amendment. One small amendment I would propose is to have the insertion of the including a little bit earlier, having to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed, comma, including the work of the evaluation body and developing the listing mechanism to increase the annual ceiling. So have it one half a line earlier, after needed, to have the insertion after resources needed. Needed, comma, including the work of the evaluation, and then we specify. So the idea is to prepare the proposal on the financial resources for one, the work of the evaluation body, and for developing the listing mechanisms to increase the annual ceiling of nominations.
This is now resources of the evaluation body.
So are you again, clarification here. Are you also talking about the resources, financial and human resources for the evaluation body?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
speaking about the same things. So the Secretariat is asked to prepare a detailed proposal on the financial and human resources needed. So what does the Secretariat need concerning financial and human resources? And here they should take into account the work of the evaluation body and the necessary resources for developing the listing mechanism to increase the annual ceiling of nominations.
No, I think we are talking about two different things. If you have if you have it here, including work of the evaluation bodies, it looks as if you want to increase the number of evaluators, or you want to kind of you want to have more money or human resources for the evaluation body itself. But it's actually what we're talking about, the Secretariat work for supporting the evaluation body, right? Because we're not talking about the increase of the members of the evaluation body, or we're not talking about the frequencies of travel. Well, this doesn't happen, but frequencies of travel or anything like that. The cost, in fact, is for the Secretariat rather than for the evaluation body.
Yes, so that's what is meant.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm not sure if it's the right place. But anyway, this was my clarification question. Let me now go back to the list of speakers. Venezuela to be followed by Saudi Arabia. Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so a couple of things. Again, we would have preferred the para as it was originally presented before the amendments. And I would kindly request the Secretariat to, exactly, because they were taken away from the screen. So reacting to Colombia's proposal, we could accept, although we do not really like, but we are thinking, or in view of consensus, the proposed implementation of the purposes of the 2003 Convention. However, we do think it dilutes and strays away from the mandate of this working group that is based on the listing mechanism and how to work and deal with the situation and the clogging that we see at hand. So that's why we prefer to strike it out, but if there's support in the room for this, we could accept with it. With Austria's proposal, we do not understand it. We have the same questions that you presented. And with the last Colombian proposal, including the work of the evaluation body, to increase, I would rather change the order because the focus again, and the point of this was to find an agreement or a common, at least the least the smallest agreement, which was what the requirements to be able to increase, however slightly, the annual ceiling. And finally, having said this, I'm unsure about the word developing the listing mechanism, because it seems like we do not have a listing mechanism. We have a listing mechanism. So perhaps to strengthen it, or what is the word with key? I forgot the word. Not promoting it yeah, I would say to strengthen it or to. Right now the word it completely escapes my mind. I am very sorry. When it comes back to it, I'll write it down on the chat. But I just wanted to say that developing it's quite. I don't think it's the precise word. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps improving, but whatever it is. Okay, let me just go back to the list of speakers. Saudi Arabia to be followed by Cuba and Kuwait, and let's stop there. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Venezuela was looking for improving, which actually makes sense, the wording. Having said that, I think we are now straying a bit from the consensus. And that will take us back to point number one. The language as it was fair. I think it was decent. It was undiluted. And I understand and I thank Colombia for their effort to strengthen the language. Yet it seems to me that it is now more diluted. I see the purpose of having the implementation of the purpose of 2003. I see it is more of an overarching issue. Maybe it can be covered in the other issues requiring further reflection, because it has so many issues underneath. I think we should go back to the original proposed paragraph, removing the latest, and I really thank Colombia for that, but I think now we are diluting the language. Let's remove it. I think we're reaching consensus on it, and maybe improve the word with strengthening or improving with Venezuela, and that's it. Otherwise, I am obliged to go back to number one again. I see that there's an effort to have something here, but the more we add, Mr. Chair, the more we are going to dilute the language and make it less efficient. This is my point of view. Maybe I'm less knowledgeable, but please let us accept the language as is and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Cuba to be followed by Kuwait, and let's stop there. Cuba, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations for how you've managed this working group. Thank you as well to Colombia for their proposals, because it's a very interesting proposal for reflection. But I think this needs to happen in an independent reflection, independent from the mechanism. Why? Because this question has to do with a reform of the evaluation body. This is a really young body. We've changed the whole mechanism a few years ago. We added NGOs and civil society. We increased the number of members. And so I think this is a very important question for listing purposes. But here we're talking about the system that will put in place to deal with nominations. And if we enter here, we're actually opening a door for a reform process. And today, I think this is the right time, but it's not our mandate. This is not the mandate of this working group. So we can start thinking about reforming the evaluation body, but not now. And I understand also the concern of Colombia concerning financial resources to do reporting and everything that comes afterwards. But I think here we're talking about the Secretariat. And if we include the evaluation body, then it becomes more confusing. So I think this is very important question that and we need to put a pin in it and come back to it. Maybe in the framework of the General Assembly, bring it back so we can talk among ourselves about the potential reform of the evaluation body. And see if this is something that is needed to be done, and then start a process of reflection on that. But I think here it complicates things. So thank you, Colombia, for raising that issue.
Much. Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, let me start again. Appreciate what Colombia trying to do, but it's always nice to have resources for everything. But here we are focusing by the Secretariat, and for me to make the Secretariat work more practical, they need a benchmark. Benchmark is with the evaluation. Once we broaden the benchmark, it will be very hard for them to cover every single thing. I understand it, but here we are very focused, so they have a clear benchmark so they can reach it from the resources needed and the human resources. So to me, that's why the first initial proposal by Colombia, unfortunately, I don't agree with. Definitely, I don't think that the Austria, its places here. We are focusing on the Secretariat, and let's also our colleagues from Cuba said, let's not enter into that, because this is now we're entering a totally different venue. So with that, I don't mind. The language when the Venezuela saying, strengthening from instead of, developing, that's okay. Second part of, Colombia, again, they're just changing the orders. Doesn't, so I'm okay with it. I don't know, but maybe the Secretariat can, enlighten us. But the Portuguese, I think our approach is once we decided here, we're going to go to the 9th General Assembly, have a string mandate. When we go to the Executive Board, we have a string we have a strong justification for the increase of the resources, and I'm sure once when we have the resources and everything, finally we're going to go back to the 10th General Assembly for the final approval. With that, I rest my case, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, before moving on to the next speakers, I would like to offer more observations, because this is very important from the chair's perspective. We started with discussions. We started these discussions with a clear division of positions. It was clear that some people wanted to keep the number of files to be treated in a year at the current level, and some delegations clearly wanted to increase it to a bigger number. And that was also China mentioned it, and also some other delegations did work for that purpose. Now, we agreed, after lengthy discussions, we agreed that if we want to discuss the increase of number of files to be treated in a year, we have to strengthen the financial and human resources in the Secretariat, because this was a kind of element. This was an element which has prevented us from discussions about the number of files, the increase of number of files. And therefore, the balance here is that, okay, the delegations wanted to have a bigger number, have agreed that before talking about it, okay, let's find a way to strengthen the financial and human resources of the Secretariat so that we can make it possible. So the original proposal from the Bureau tried to reflect the kind of consensus emerging in the room. It was an effort to bridge the gap between the different positions. So from that perspective, if you add more elements into it, as Saudi Arabia said, we would dilute the issue and complicate the process. Let's have a clear focus on this. This is a result of a big compromise, and the success of this working group depended on that particular element. So as a chair and as a member of the Bureau, I strongly appeal to the room that original proposal for the Bureau did reflect the compromise that was necessary to have a successful conclusion in this working group. So from that point of view, I would like to urge one more time that original version from the Bureau does that work. The issue of the evaluation body, yes, it is important, but as Cuba said, we are not talking about changing the structure or composition or working method of the evaluation body in this working group. There was a suggestion to that effect, but we agreed not to do it now. So with all due respect, and also, well, I'm always impressed by your constructive and innovative ideas, but this time this time, I think for the sake of consensus, I wish to keep the original version, which reflects the compromise better than the new formulation suggested. So with that, I would like to go back to the list of speakers. Colombia to be followed by Vietnam. Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your comments. I mean, you know me, and you know me here and in other scenarios as well. You know I'm the most flexible for the consensus. I give up my mind. You know that. But this time, I will not, despite your recommendations, because I just don't agree. I'm sorry. So the question of the evaluation body, if you want to take it off, take it off. It was in the original one. I don't mind. I just changed it, the order, because I thought it was more coherent. If you want to take it off, for me, it's the same. I mean, I'm not pro augmenting the ceiling. So for me, if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. So it's okay. I don't think that minds. But I don't believe neither that bearing in mind the whole of the convention for this specific thing is diluting the language. Why? Because having something that is the most important, which I guess is the discussion here, which is the listing mechanism for certain countries, including me personally, I will have to say, doesn't mean that the other things aren't important. So if you are looking for more resources for the sustainability, you cannot see it isolated for the rest. So that's why, and you know, at the beginning, I was one of the people who said, including who tried to pull this up, who supported pulling this particular paragraph, which wasn't in the first option that I preferred in the beginning. So I fully agree, and I think this is necessary, as I said, and I think it will bring us. But why are we concerned of this? Because we want this convention to work, and we want the safeguarding of the intangible heritage. I think we all agree on that. But for that, we need to be a little more ambitious, in the sense that something as important as increasing the ceiling comes with a lot of things by the side. Not only all the process of the evaluation, but also the process of the follow-up, which is more demanding even than the submission of the files. So I really believe that if we bear in mind something more wider of the convention, is not diluting, it's having a very better vision for the future and for the sustainability on the future. That being said, if you don't want to include the work of the evaluation body, then I don't know what's the thing. If one of the notes in the working document was precisely that evaluating each file has a cost between $18,000 and $20,000 because of the cost of the Secretariat, etc. So if you take it away from that, I don't see how it makes stronger the language. I think that's one of the main problems. The second thing is that if you want to work to revise the staff and the resources, human resources and money resources on the evaluation body, it's of course because we want to continue discussing in this increase of the annual ceiling of the nominations. So I think one thing doesn't go with it another. I can be wrong. As I said, if you want to strike it out, it's all right. But I would like to have a wider view and not to think that this is a problem, but actually an opportunity. I really believe that this will give very important tools for the future. And if we make it right, we will for sure be able to strengthen the convention for the future, because we know we are being short, and how EOS put it, victim of its own success. So that's my point of view. That said, for sure I will be flexible, etc. after, but for now, I mean, come on, bear with me also a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Vietnam to be followed by Morocco.
Well, thank you, Chair. And I think we fully understand the views by Colombia, and we really appreciate the proposal by our Colombian colleague. But I share the views with many colleagues talking before me, that within the framework of the working group, so maybe we should focus first on the work of the Secretariat. And because regarding regarding the evaluation body and other issues, maybe we can touch upon in another chance, because it's, as Colombian colleagues have talked that, well, we should have ambitious view, but I think maybe we give that for another chance. And in this regard, Vietnam fully support the draft proposed by the Bureau, and that's really reflect the compromise and also which have been discussed this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morocco to be followed by Lithuania. Morocco, please.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Chairman. I should like to agree with those who have spoken already in favor of the initial version, because it does reflect the compromise. Of course, I thank Colombia for the efforts to improve the text, but it is true that our discussions are well reflected in the compromise and the version put forward by the Bureau, possibly with the Venezuelan addition, because for the implementation of the 2003 convention, necessarily there have to be objectives. So do we need to add objectives to the convention? If we are supporting the implementation of the convention, it means we are giving our support in order to meet the objectives. So I don't think that adding objectives is really necessary. Likewise, for the listing mechanisms, when you say listing mechanism, automatically that includes the work of the evaluation bodies. So we don't necessarily need to add something to say it, because the listing mechanism includes the work of these bodies. And then there is the annual ceiling. So I agree that it would be best to go back to the initial version put forward by the Bureau, possibly with the Venezuelan change and possibly the Portuguese one. We can say indeed the Executive Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Lithuania to be followed by Switzerland. Lithuania, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, maybe because I cannot also join to the majority of speakers which have spoken before me, but I would like to support the draft proposal made by the Secretariat, but amended by Colombia. Because a very similar proposal or amendment I have sent also before break to the Secretariat, but also just accentuating this including. For me, it's also okay if we can, it's possible to take out this including the work of the evaluation body, but I think the important thing is this accent or pointing this including increase of annual ceiling of nomination. I think it's crucial with broader sense when we speak about this this position. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Switzerland to be followed by the Netherlands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our delegation this morning spoke to point to the need to have a wide vision and to think not only about the increase in the number of files, but also the quality. And therefore, we very much wish to support the amendments put forward by Colombia. They appear to reflect this morning's discussions best, and the consensus also goes in that direction. The delegations that joined us this morning, we don't really see all this reflected in the Bureau's proposals. We feel that Colombia's proposal is closer to this morning's discussion and doesn't dilute the message. It gives a context and will help the Secretariat to look into the ways to increase the necessary means. So we really wish to follow Colombia on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Netherlands to be followed by Austria. Netherlands, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would also support the amendments made by Colombia, and we totally agreed with what Switzerland has said before. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, where are we? Austria to be followed by Saudi Arabia. Austria, please.
Thank you. I will not insist on my proposals of having it a little earlier. Of course, also the evaluation body, if you prefer to skip that, I'm also fine with it. But basically what I would like to favor is the original version, including the amendment by Colombia and the idea behind that also as expressed by Lithuania and Switzerland just before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Saudi Arabia to be followed by Venezuela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If you allow me, please, can we scroll up to the title of the points that we're talking about in the document? Can we scroll up? Okay, so it does say the title is annual ceiling, if I'm not mistaken. So it talks about the number of the files, if I'm not mistaken here. Now, I really apologize, Mr. Chair, for the prolonged discussion, but I'm looking forward to reach a consensus here. And with that, I want to draw on the utmost collaboration spirit that we all have here. And yes, we should stick to the annual ceiling as in numbers, and quality should not be jeopardized. I also agree with all members stressing about the quality. With that in mind, maybe I would like to ask Colombia and others, members, Switzerland, Austria, Netherlands, who strongly support Colombia and who see that there is a merit, as we all see, in the issue of including the quality within the points discussed here. With that, I would like to propose that those members come up with a new paragraph number 4, leaving paragraph 3 as is, because it reflected the floor when you have discussed it earlier. And if I want to recall back, we had option A, option B, and this is how we met in the middle. So I think we should keep 3 as is, and then add another paragraph with all the general ideas, the spirit of the convention, the capacity development, the quality, the evaluating body, all these issues that can be reflected. But please keep 3 as is, and then we can add. And this is, I'm trying here to reach a solution so that we can adopt this or agree on this and move forward. And maybe I want to hear from my colleagues in this regard, if they have a suggestion to reach a consensus. Otherwise, I think now the more we discuss, the more we're going into this vicious circle of not agreeing on number 3. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Now Venezuela to be followed by Colombia, and let's stop there. Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think I'll go in line with what the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia has proposed, understanding that perhaps it's best to go back to the original text you presented with the amendment of Portugal and the amendment presented by us, and perhaps at the end of or in your report also make a reference the importance of reviewing or strengthening also the work of the evaluation body, but I think the best is go back to the original text as closely as possible, respecting the mandate of the group, and even as the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia pointed out, the chapter that we're on, the response to a specific need and objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I believe, I don't think another paragraph is a good idea in the sense that I believe that would actually dilute more the decision. I don't see how it doesn't. We could strike the purposes of the convention. I think what the ambassador of Morocco said, it's okay. And if you want to leave including the work of the evaluation body up, it's all right as well, I guess. But I really don't see how change. I mean, I'm surprised. So I mean, I really surprised. But if you want to strike the purposes, for me it's okay, because as I think the ambassador of Morocco was right. But the rest, I really, I mean, I don't understand. So I think it's more logical to put it down because it's more coherent. If you want to leave it up, because I mean, I don't know how this. I don't understand the problem, because the wording was there. It wasn't even put it by me. So, but as I said at the beginning, I'm super flexible, but I think it's better written the other way around. So if we cannot say, I mean, if we cannot introduce something as important as that, reminding the purposes of the convention, okay, I don't understand that I can be flexible. But the other thing, I mean, I really think this is very funny, because it was really minor. But yet again, it's okay. And also, sorry, to include, like, as Switzerland said, we discussed this a lot, and not all of us were reflected necessary in both of the options. And I really think this is a good one. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We still have, okay, Morocco, and let's stop after Morocco. Morocco, you have the floor, Ambassador.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. After the Colombian point, I think we can reach a consensus. And if some member states wish to keep the work of the evaluation body, I don't really see it as a problem. I think that the text, as it is on the screen, with a few linguistic tweaks, can be adopted as it stands. So I think we're almost there. We almost have a consensus. That's my opinion anyway, unless there are delegations that do not wish to adopt the text as it stands. I think that with the small changes put forward by Venezuela, the gesture made by Colombia, and I thank Colombia, I think we can leave it, including the work of the evaluation body. I don't think that's truly a problem. And then we could indeed conclude on this point. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, we are continuing getting the request for the floor, but okay, Ambassador Almura, you are the last speaker for now, and I want to offer my suggestions together with Tim. So maybe, okay, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, like, first of all, thank, Colombia for their, their input, their effort. And I think, what we have in front of us, it looks fine to us. I think, and we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so can I just confirm where we are? Financial and human resources needed for strengthening the listing mechanism, including the work of the evaluation body and the increase in the annual ceiling of the nominations. Is that what it is? Ambassador Adam, is that acceptable to you? I just want to confirm.
Yes.
Okay. Other delegations? Okay. Colombia, did you raise the hand after Kuwait? Or was it before Kuwait? Colombia?
Thank you, Chair. Should I just say that it can be reflected that when when the Secretariat does this detailed proposal, bears in mind the purposes of the convention? Like in their report, not that this, but like nicely introduction, and like that we don't have to put another paragraph, and we all know what we're talking about, and that's it.
Always bear in mind the purposes of it.
That would be nice.
Okay. On that specific question, the purposes of the convention, I don't think anybody was opposed. I mean, well, this is the first sentence. The first sentence.
We deleted, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please.
Because it was too much, but since it had support, what I'm saying is that after, bear in mind members of the Secretariat who are doing a very nice job and who will do a very nice report, bear in mind the integrity of the convention for this, but we are focused on the purpose being of the increase in the annual ceiling. And I think that's a very nice compromise. Don't you think?
Hang on, I'm a bit lost. So you are talking about the first sentence, right?
I'm talking about that I accept very well, which is here, which the ambassador of Kuwait said it's okay, but since I agreed to delete purposes, which is all right, what I'm asking is add a note on a report or whatever they do after this, that where they are doing the proposal of the financial human resources, in the introduction, they bear in mind that this is within the purposes of the convention and that it will impact the whole convention. And so we hope this will be aborted holistically. So it's a footnote. It's a footnote that has to be reflected on the text. It's just to reflect the discussions. Bear in mind for the future elaboration of the proposal to do this. Yeah, do I make?
Yeah, well, I personally don't see any problem in your suggestion.
Right.
I'm just okay, because we have Saudi Arabia. Let's go to Saudi Arabia and then try to conclude this paragraph. Okay, Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I agree with Colombia. I think it's a very good suggestion here. And I thank Colombia for its spirit of collaboration. I can hear Tim saying that we always regard the spirit of the convention. But it's also, if this is a request of Colombia, of course we can add. I mean, don't think we should really disagree with that. I just have a small thing to ask from the floor here today. With regard to including the work of the evaluation body, why did we add the word "and"? Why didn't we keep "in order to increase the annual ceiling of nominations"? And this is the purpose. I felt that maybe it was put in another context, but I feel that "in order to" should remain, and then we can accept and move forward. And I would like to thank Colombia. Thank you.
Okay. Can we just see it on the screen? So including the work of the evaluation body in order to increase the annual ceiling. Yeah, you don't need "and". Okay. So I want to solicit views on this because we want to close this discussion as soon as possible. Now we have Cuba, Indonesia, Vietnam. Let me give the floor in that order, but please speak short. Okay.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few concerns. And now, if we're going to strengthen the listing mechanism, well, that does not just include the evaluation body, but also the committee, which is the final organ that adopts the decision. And there is not, and as regards why not talk about the entire system of evaluation, which would include the evaluation body, the committee, because the evaluation does not stop with the evaluation body. There's the committee as well, and there are financial implications to this during the session, the days that the committee works. All of that also has financial implications. And so we would prefer including the work of the evaluation system in a more general sense. However, of course, we would rally to the general consensus, but we would like more information from the Secretariat as regards financial resources, and we would need to include financial resources pertaining to the committee as well.
Okay. Well, in that case, including work of the evaluation system instead of body. I mean, if there is no opposition to that is fine. On that basis, let me give the floor to Indonesia, Vietnam, and Burkina Faso in that order. Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, I can. But please speak short, please.
Yes, please. Thank you. I will be short. I just thank you after hearing so many speakers, and we are very happy that we reached the consensus. I think this is a very good compromise, and I just want to make sure. We just want to convince our colleague on Colombia that everything that we do, including the Secretariat, we believe that this is on behalf or on the purpose of the implementing the convention. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Vietnam to be followed by Burkina Faso. Vietnam, please.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And I wish to thank the whole room for the compromise. And I think we can support the draft as it is on the screen. But I also find the proposal by our Colombian colleague, our Cuban colleague about the committee financial resources for the committee is very good one. So I wonder whether we can make it feasible, and I think it's necessary to listen to the Secretariat regarding these views, regarding this point. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not reflected there, but there was a suggestion from Cuba that we should replace body by system, evaluation system. Okay, it's there. And Vietnam, can I confirm that you support this change?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you, Chair. Burkina Faso. The interpreter apologizes, but the sound quality is insufficient. Burkina Faso supports Cuba's last amendment, which body that does the bulk of the work? Is it the evaluation body? if it is the evaluation body, actually, I suggest that we keep evaluation body. And if not, we could accept Cuba's suggestion. So it's really an issue of who bears the burden. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Malaysia is the last speaker, and I will stop the discussion at that time. Thank you. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. After a lengthy deliberation, Malaysia agrees to the draft, which is now on screen, and the proposition by Cuba, I think it encompasses the whole picture. So Malaysia would like to add its name under the Cuba's proposal.
Thank you very much. So I would like to conclude this discussion by what we have on the screen at this moment in time. Well, this is a bit long, so I'm not going to read it again. But, the evaluation body, it was a capital body, but since the evaluation system in general, perhaps we can go back to small e and small s. So with that, I would like to close our discussions, and unless there is anybody who has a violent opposition to it, please, for the sake of consensus, maybe it's not time to develop another argument. Ambassador Samuel, are you opposed to this? Ambassador of Morocco, are you?
No.
No, absolutely not, Chair. On the contrary, I completely support the amendment proposed by Cuba. However, I have an editorial suggestion. Now, as regards the listing mechanism, and including the work of the evaluation system is a very broad term. I think if we refer to the listing mechanism and the evaluation system, perhaps there's something that's a bit redundant. Perhaps we should speak only of the evaluation system. And that is why previously I wanted to stop with the listing mechanism, because I think that encapsulates the entire system. But in the interest of clarity, perhaps we decided to add the evaluation body, and now we have the evaluation system. But if we have the evaluation system, then perhaps we no longer need the listing mechanism.
Well,
however, if there's support for the text as it appears, I will support the consensus. But looking at the French text here, that is how I feel, editorially speaking. I think it's a little odd in terms of understanding, because when you talk about the evaluation system, that's a broad term. I agree with the ambassador of Cuba.
Yeah, I do not disagree with Your Excellency on this point, but I would like to avoid further discussions on this point, because it took a long time to come here. So for that reason, I'm sorry for that, but for the sake of consensus, can we just keep it as it is, if you don't mind? Any other delegations for that matter? Okay, I see no objection on this point. So let's leave this topic and to move to something else right now. Now, okay, paragraph 4. This is about the issue of priority. And I think what we have on the screen at this moment reflects the previous discussions. And I don't think we need to have further discussions on this point. Any objections to this particular paragraph? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you very much for your understanding. On paragraph 5 and 6, the paragraph 5 is about a transfer between the list, and the paragraph 6 is about the extension or reduction. Now we have already agreed on the lighter process for those items. Now the issue here is whether this particular requests are outside the annual ceiling or within the annual ceiling. That was an issue. Now we have agreed on the maintenance of the current number. We will keep the number at 60 for now. So therefore, we would like to propose that the request for transfer, extension, reduction should be outside the annual ceiling for review. So outside of the 60. But this is on an experimental basis, and we will come back to this point. We will review this at the 10th session of the General Assembly. This means that in the 10th session of the General Assembly, we will also discuss the human resources and the number of files. Then at the same time, we will review this system. We will review this agreement. For now, the request for the transfer, extension, reduction will be outside the annual ceiling on an experimental basis. But this will be reviewed at the 10th session of the General Assembly. Because if the total number changes, and this may also have to change. So in that context, this can be done on an experimental basis. In 2 years' time, we may be in a way painfully aware that there are quite a few requests for extensions. That could happen. So let's see what happens and then come back to this point in 2 years' time. That is a suggestion from the Bureau. Now, do we have any points on this? I recognize China, so China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Actually, I'm not against this paragraph exactly, but I have a specific question first regarding to paragraph 4. In this paragraph, it is that the overall ceiling to be dedicated to multinational files without affecting priority 0 and priority 1 categories, and to establish a prioritization system within the multinational files quota. My question is that how will this quota be defined, and what kind of prioritization system will be adopted for this quota? Will this working group to be mandated to discuss on this, or we would leave it until the intergovernmental committee? And also regarding to the paragraph 5 and paragraph 6, since many of the member of the working group to agreed to move the new procedures regarding the transfer, the extension, or the reduction of the files to be outside of the annual ceiling. As you may recall, that my delegation made a compromise on the top of the number of the ceiling for the first part of the recommendation. But our original proposal is to include these extensions within the top ceiling, because we do believe that these kind of new procedures will consume the resources, and not only the financial, but also the human resources of the Secretariat and also the evaluation body. That is why we would suggest to include all these within the top ceiling, so that we could imagine that they are manageable and under control. But however, we can go with the paragraphs like this, they are now. But still our concern that since they are still unpredictable and we are going to take them as on a experimental basis. So I just want to reiterate our concern on this point, but we can make the compromise on that to go with the consensus of the working group. And we do believe that during our process of the reflection and the discussion and the debates of the overall listing mechanism, we do believe there are so many other issues that underneath this process that worth to be discussed in the future if we have the chances or for the working group to work on that, such as there are so many transversal issues regarding to so many like misinterpretation of the convention, like some disputes, and also some kind of issues that might compromise those mutual respect and mutual understanding among the communities and the groups and individuals. So we would look very much like to have the chance to have those further issues to be discussed if there's any more opportunities, because we also want this reflection to be an ongoing process. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. On the last point, perhaps we have to discuss it at some stage in the General Assembly. You know, whether we should continue our working group, or perhaps whether we should leave it to the Swedish working group, or whatever it is. We have to deal with that kind of things in the context of the General Assembly. This working group will have to fulfill its mandate. Now, yes, well, on paragraph 4, I want to get a clarification from team, and I have some views on 5 and 6. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, indeed, it will be for the committee, if needed, to set this quota for the multinationals. And how to prioritize will be ultimately the committee and perhaps eventually a General Assembly. Again, in these 5 paragraphs, we're now coming into new areas, and the experience, they're trying to, in these 3 paragraphs, sorry, they're trying to project what might happen. So the idea essentially is to make sure, as I read this paragraph, that all priority 0s and 1s are treated. And then, if we don't have enough space to deal with all multinationals, then we will need to find a system, and we will work with the committee to prioritize among the multinationals that are to be dealt with. If, on the other hand, we get to priority 3 or 2 being multinationals priority 3, then there may be a desire the possibility to put this quota on the multinationals and absorb 3. So it's giving flexibility to the committee to manage the relationship between the national and multinational files, while in this version now prioritizing priority 0, of course, and priority 1. I remind those again, priority 0 is the guarantee of 1 file every 2 years, and priority 1 is the priority for those states that have no element inscribed. I hope this clarifies that issue.
Thank you very much. And also on paragraphs 5 and 6, the points made by China are very well taken. Yes, indeed. So when we discussed the increase of the number of files to be treated annually, we have to come back to this issue at the same time. Now, it is, of course, very true that we don't know what's going to happen in terms of the number of requests for extension, particularly for extension, multinational extension in particular. So for the time being, because we don't know what's going to happen, this is a new mechanism, we don't know what's going to happen, and therefore, let's see what happens. But in the meantime, this should stay outside the annual ceiling for now, on an experimental basis. That's probably the compromise that we can reach at this stage in time. So with that, Cuba, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à Monsieur Ting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Tim, for your explanation. We do agree with you. I think it's important to have to set an allocation for multinational files. I think that's actually what made that there was this lack of balance in the number of files. And because it's an experience, this new mechanism that we will be presenting to the Assembly, it's just an experiment. So we also need to set the allocation and maybe, if necessary, to eliminate it, to see really how this works with like a ceiling for multinational files. And also, as we said in the paragraph, the priority will be the priority 0 for the mechanism to make sure that member states can submit files every year, and also to move forward with files that have already been submitted in different cycles that could not be approved yet. I think it would be necessary probably to have an allocation, a ceiling, and maybe to suppress it if necessary. Thank you.
Very much. With that, can I assume that, sorry? Okay, sorry. On that particular point made by Cuba, please, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to explain why we have if needed. The reason we have if needed is we don't know, and also basing on this year as opposed to last year, we see this as a fallback system in case we cannot absorb everything we've received. And so the priority states, so the allocation may not be needed if we have less. That's the point. If we only get a few multinationals, we don't need to make that allocation. Or it could be seen as the other way. We might need to make sure they get in, but normally not. So I feel that if needed gives the flexibility, again, on an experimental basis, or maybe we can change on an, if needed to, on an experimental basis, if that helps. But can you see that without knowing which numbers are coming in, it might not even be appropriate to set that, but we want to have the option of doing it. I think the committee has the option. So that's my addressing to that issue.
Okay, can I go back to Cuba? Would that be okay for you?
On an experimental basis. Yes, we are for the consensus, and I understand actually what the explanation was given, but what's preoccupying us is that every year there's more and more multinational files. Maybe it's actually a wrong idea that I have, but every year we receive statistical information from the Secretariat, or maybe the Secretariat knows better than we do. But what I feel is like today, the number of presentation of multinational files makes the 0 priority system a bit imbalanced. And so there's nothing that actually limits the number of files that can be presented as multinational files. And some countries actually would submit maybe 3 or 4 multinational files in moments when there's actually no time to deal with them within the 0 file mechanism. I mean, I'm sure that the Secretariat knows better than we do. They have more information, but I think it was very important that there was this lack of balance there is in the system generally comes from this probably. Thank you.
On an experimental basis, would that be agreeable to you? Ambassador of Cuba, on an
Oui, bien sûr. Oui.
Yes, of course. Yeah, that would work.
Now, with that, I would like to leave 4, 5, 6 and move to 7. Again here, well, this one, in fact, is the composition method of work in the evaluation body. This does not change this time. So we simply took it from the former option A. And so in that context, I don't think this is contentious anymore, unless the member states who supported option B have an issue. So can I just confirm that there is an opposition to this paragraph? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you very much. Now we are moving to paragraph 8. Paragraph 8, the issue of backlog. After considerable discussions, I think the current formulation takes all the points expressed, suggested in our discussion earlier. That is our impression. But would that be okay for the delegations, for the members in the room? Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question, and I just think perhaps all the files that are they're older than 4 years to be removed from the backlog, while inviting for to submit, to update. The only problem, I think we should extend perhaps the framework in view to unclog the system, we could say like that, because seeing that 82 files, if I'm not mistaken, given the recent numbers provided by the Secretariat, are within the backlog, it would be quite an effort from the member states who are involved in this to update all of this, and then them not being reviewed within the time frame of 4 years. So they would have to do two rounds of updating, and they would be taken away from the backlog. So perhaps we could evaluate this from a two-point perspective, which perhaps seems that yes, they have to be reviewed. The file has to be, when it's time for its review, it has to be before 4 years, evidently, so it's updated. However, perhaps for those, especially that are that have 6, 12, 21, or 22 or 23 files in the backlog, perhaps there could be also a planning, a process of dialogue with those member states specifically, so they have a planning on when this would be reviewed or to withdraw from the backlog. That's just an idea, because that's the thing is that considering the number, that again the volume versus the time, it just does not seem completely feasible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other views? Peru to be followed. Peru, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like just to have a clarification regarding this part that in the paragraph 8 that says to be treated expeditiously within the framework of the prioritization system. So it's not clear for me. It would be it would have a priority, a treatment, those files that would be updated. I'm not sure if that's what the delegation wanted, or so what kind of treatment, a special treatment would have the file that it's updated?
Well, honestly, this is what we call the constructive ambiguity. I'm sorry to say this, but it's actually clearly stated there within the framework of the prioritization system. That means you cannot get two files evaluated in the same year. That's impossible. You have to be in accordance with the rules set out. So in that sense, there is no particular privilege for those files. But at the same time, when the countries, when the member states try to update the files, it probably means that they have a priority on the particular file, and therefore, in that sense, people should be kind to them. That's all. Mr. Curtis, do you want to clarify?
Indeed, just to fully agree that this is a bit of constructive ambiguity. In a sense, what this is saying is that the overall prioritization system is not changing, but the submitting state does need to make priorities. So it doesn't help, as was mentioned, and if I may say, by Venezuela, that was mentioned by Venezuela, if we get another 22 new submissions at the same time, knowing that the ability to absorb is 1 every 2 years. So this decision should help clear the backlog, part of which will come back to the work of the evaluation body and absorbing it. And I think the numbers show that we are absorbing 4 or 5 every year from the real backlog as opposed to the category 0 backlog. On the other hand, there are a lot of files which were all submitted in one go and which are unrealistic for the prioritization. So that is what we meant by also expeditiously processing the system within the prioritization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just to hopefully to move forward, Mr. Chair, I think, hopefully, with the paragraph 3, that's when we said, we'll have the resources and we'll increase the, ceiling. We will get rid of this, we don't have a long, backlog, and, it will not be more than once to be updated. So, I suggest to my colleagues that we accept, this is, as best as we could, and to accept this paragraph and, move to the next one before we know we are still, I think we have less than an hour. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Perhaps the points that Venezuela mentioned can be included in the report. Yeah, well, I understand the rationale for that, but at the same time, we shouldn't dwell on that too much, because there are only a handful of countries who have that many backlog files. Okay, we see Colombia. Is this about this backlog issue?
Yes, Chair, but it's simple and precise.
Okay, please go ahead.
Because I'm with you that we could, and with Ambassador of Kuwait, that we could leave it like that, but maybe to include with the view to unclog the backlog within the 6 cycles or something like that, to know that we have to bear that in mind. But if you think it's not necessary, it will be okay. But I mean, I guess we all know that this is something that we will have to address again in the future, so we might as well put it on black and white.
Sorry, okay. Well, my preference would be to include those things in the report rather than having further discussions on the language in the draft recommendation. Okay, thank you. And Venezuela, you have a hand raised. Is this about the same thing? If it is, please.
Yes. It was in order to thank Colombia for the proposal. Indeed, for us, for example, we're not ones that are affected by it, but because this is a discussion that has been coming up for many times and many cycles. It's kind of looking forward, in order to solving and in the spirit of solidarity, because again, Venezuela, for example, has been considered now as an active file. We're not really the ones that are causing the backlog, but it's in that spirit, and perhaps it could be picked up in your oral report. What we just want is that those who are affected by it or that are able to deal with it in an effective manner, they do not do not cause any unnecessary frictions and upset. Thank you very much.
Yeah, your spirit is well understood. Yes, but I think I would like to include those things in the report. Okay, instead of starting drafting exercises, can we just move ahead with the understanding that the points you made, of course, are very valid and therefore to be included in the report when I explain this to the General Assembly. Okay, thank you very much. Now let's move to other issues. 3 of them have been already agreed. I think paragraph 9 is about topic 6. And we have agreed on this one earlier this afternoon. Now, the same applies to paragraph 10. So this has already been agreed earlier in this session. Now, we have issue on 11, but let me just confirm that the last one has also been agreed earlier in this session. So the only remaining issue for now is paragraph 11. Now this is, the Bureau has not looked at this because we didn't have enough time. So what is shown on the screen is not a fixed proposal from anybody in particular. I just want to restart our discussions. Now in terms of the time frame, absolute time limit for us today is at 6:30. So we have extended the time a little bit so that we can agree on this last item. So what you have in the screen is an effort, is a result of an effort which is a result of our effort to try to capture many of the points. I wouldn't say all, but most of the points in our discussions earlier. Now, please have a look at this, and if you have any comments, please make your comments. This is the last item. Okay, let me go to the list of speakers. Portugal to be followed by Saudi Arabia. Portugal, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do believe that the draft on screen captures the debate earlier on. We have just a small suggestion. We do believe that it is not strictly necessary, and it will be helpful to delete the following. So in the second line, where it is by the committee that results from, we would suggest results from an accelerated processing or from accelerated processing, meaning the unforeseen element that could justify could be deleted. The rationale for this is that this would also help in the sense of many interventions earlier on, of not recognizing or foreseeing any kind of fast track. That will be our suggestion. But overall, we do believe that it captures well the debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Portugal. Now we have Saudi Arabia to be followed by Colombia. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With regard to a Portugal amendment, I would like to hear from the floor and maybe reflect at a later stage. I think the paragraph as is fair, yet I still have an issue with what is considered to be exceptional. And I think we need a criteria for that. The idea here, because I know I have followed the discussion and, to be discussed by the bureau of the committee before the committee, and I understand, I remember Colombia saying that the bureau has more consistency or has more easier time frame to deal with things. And I can understand that, but given that, I think the burden that is put on the bureau here is not going to yield useful results. Now, giving this introduction, what is the criteria? What do we mean by exceptional cases? Is it arbitrary? Is it going to be my word against your word or against any other person's word? And that's going to, again, open the Pandora box for us. And with that, I would like to add a sentence in the second paragraph here to say, after the bureau of the committee, before with the understanding. Yes, here to say that based on an agreed upon criteria. I heard also from Malaysia, I heard from Burkina Faso, when they asked what kind of criteria that are going to help us reach a proper decision in this regard. With that, I would like to listen to the floor. I think now it makes clear sense, clear steps for us to discuss these issues and to avoid any future confusion that have risen and may raise in the future. With regard to the Portugal amendment, I will come back to it if we have any strong feeling with or against. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much. Okay, now with those two suggestions on the screen, can I go to Colombia to be followed by Venezuela? Colombia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to say that I actually liked the paragraph, and I'm liking it more now. So I believe the amendments of Saudi Arabia are interesting. Maybe if you could explain how, because then we will have to agree to a criteria. So that agreed criteria will be done before. Otherwise, I think it's very important to have that agreed criteria. And regarding the Portugal amendment, yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, we could agree also because it doesn't matter if it's unforeseen or not. But so it will be okay. So basically, I said anything, but I support both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Venezuela to be followed by China. Venezuela, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, for us, we agree. First of all, we want to thank the Secretariat and also want to. I think Saudi Arabia's proposal is very. It does improve the text. It will be important, perhaps, in the more than here in the report to indicate how or where this criteria will be established and discussed, so we can all agree upon it. This will also make it easier for us in our countries, because evidently when there's a fast track that we have to reply to our countries that perhaps they want to fast track an item, they have to be able to say and give us the tools to be able to say, no, we do not fall within the criteria to fast track any elements. I have one question or observation with regard to the end. And it says with the understanding that does not impact on the procedures foreseen. Perhaps there's a different wording I preferred personally understanding that it would not include cases falling under extreme urgency under Article 7.3 of the Convention. I was presented before the break because my understanding, I could be completely mistaken, that it does not impact, it means it could leave ground to perhaps a revision of 17.3, and which I don't think is the case or the objective. So because we're not having an impact on that, we're just talking about that now the unforeseen circumstances. So I would repeat again, and I could include it in the chat, understanding that it would not include cases falling under extreme urgency under Article 17.3. But that's, again, it's from my understanding what impact means. But if I'm mistaken, then we can withdraw it without problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to other delegations. Okay, China to be followed by Malaysia. China, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. My delegation do appreciate very much the assistance by the Secretariat for drafting this paragraph. My delegation has two comments, actually. First one is regarding to the exceptional cases, because we don't think that this paragraph, paragraph, address the question of what exactly the exceptional cases are. As we can recall that according to the introduction of the Secretariat, we do have the clear definition and a process to deal with those emergency cases. And also, as we can recall that the General Assembly adopted the operational principles and the modalities for safeguarding ICH emergencies at its 8th session in 2020. Maybe we could take some advantages of these kind of principles and to draw up some similar definitions or as processes for these exceptional cases. This just be a possible suggestion. And my second comment is regarding to the second part of this paragraph, regarding to the procedure between the Bureau and the committee to decide on the exceptional cases. Our concern is that in the principle of the equal opportunity for all those files to be examined or reviewed, and also as well as the principle of transparency, we would like to have the committee as well as the Bureau to have a very well-informed situation to deal with these exceptional cases, because sometimes they do come very late. So we would suggest that if the committee would like to decide on these cases with the based on the initial discussion by the Bureau, it should be well informed in advance. So we would suggest to add some expression of this kind after the Bureau, just like as early as possible. At an earliest possible date in advance, something like that. Maybe you can help me with the wording. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you get the wording from the Chinese suggestion?
No, we didn't. What was the wording? Okay. That should be reviewed after the...
Okay, thank you very much.
As soon as possible.
Okay, now let me now give the floor to Malaysia to be followed by Saudi Arabia. Malaysia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. with regard to the draft appear on screen, there are two observations. One is the word that the second sentence, because of the increase in the number of files to be examined by the committee that results and accelerated processing as proposed by Portugal, Malaysia feels that there's something not quite right with the sentence. Malaysia would like to suggest that we could actually change the word that results to lead. Because when you say that results, it has to be from something. That is Malaysia's opinion. So because of the increase in the number of files to be examined by the committee leads to an accelerated processing, then that is the first observation. And Malaysia can go along with the proposed suggestion by Saudi Arabia and Venezuela. And also one more thing, that it is also important to have a clear definition of exceptional cases, because this will eventually avoid any further arising issues in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Secretariat can come back. No, not now. When all the people speak. Now, Saudi Arabia to be followed by Burkina Faso. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have 2 points. One with regard to the Portugal amendment. I like to simplify languages mostly, but this one I'm not very comfortable with. I would like still to hear from the floor, but to say that I'm not much in favor of it, if I can say. And with another thing, the question that was, how can we create the criteria? And I think Venezuela also said a very interesting point, that we can also say, or Your Excellency, you can, in your report, give the decision, of course, to the General Assembly, where they can mandate whoever they see fit, a team, set the criteria themselves, have it within the committee to set this criteria so that we can all agree in it, and it can be clear and it can be followed, and we can avoid the confusion. So this is one way to go about it, but definitely there should be a criteria in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we have 4 more delegations wanting to take the floor, but I think okay. Sorry, I'm just mindful that we have only 25 minutes left. So let's just finish with those delegations wanting to take the floor. And then I would like to offer my observation. If I cannot succeed in convincing the room this issue, we have to come back again only for this one at a future date, I'm afraid. Okay, having said that, Burkina Faso to be followed by Lithuania.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. And Burkina Faso would like to support this suggestion to have a procedure to define those criteria that establish the exceptional nature of a case. And this was suggested by Saudi Arabia, and we would like to support this. It would be good to arrive at clear criteria. Now, the procedure, should it be for the General Assembly, or should it be for the committee or the Bureau to arrive at these criteria, or should first the Bureau, then the committee, or there should be some official procedure to arrive at that decision, to arrive at the criteria that will be those that define the exceptional nature. We support Saudi Arabia in this respect. So that's for the criteria. And then on Venezuela's proposal, which will not include the cases falling under the extreme urgency procedure, I there's something wrong in, I mean, the substance is fine, but I think the wording could be changed. We understand what's being said. I think it could be worded differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to facilitate the discussions, I want to hear the reactions from the floor about several things. First of all, the most important point is actually a suggestion from Saudi Arabia. Now, on the one hand, the Bureau and the committee has to make a decision based on agreed criteria. Agreed criteria is very important, but at the same time, this is not something that we can agree in 20 minutes. So, the suggestion, as I understand it, is for the General Assembly to mandate somebody or group or whatever it is to discuss and perhaps what should be the agreed criteria. So this is, in effect, this is not a decision for now for this working group, but the decision should be made in the future about this agreed criteria. That is one suggestion on which I want to hear views from the Burkina Faso has expressed its support right now. But the remaining delegations, please indicate whether you support this Saudi Arabian proposal or not. This is perhaps the most important issue. Now, Venezuelan suggestion, more or less supported by Burkina Faso. I think this is fine. This is fine. There may be a better presentation, but the meaning of the sentence is exactly what it was meant to be. So, yes, indeed. So, any delegations who have a suggestion to make this sentence better, it's very much welcome. The Portugal proposal, well, there have been many observations, but they are not very straightforward. I very much welcome any suggestions, language suggestions for this one as well. So with that in mind, Lithuania to be followed by Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, you said that I wanted to react, especially to this proposal about this agreed criteria by Saudi Arabia, supported by Colombia and Burkina Faso. I think that it is premature now to put here the agreed criteria, as we have no, for a moment, being any criteria on which we have agreed. So I think that maybe it's crucial to have such criteria. I understand and I fully support the idea, but maybe we should add something in the end of the statement that we ask the Secretariat to also to draft or to elaborate the draft criteria for the next I don't know General Assembly, but I think for now we have the situation that we should address the exceptional cases to the Bureau, and just we should rely on the existent system without criteria for the moment being. So I think it's premature to put it here as we see. So we are not very in favor of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, Kuwait to be followed by Colombia. Kuwait, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be quickly, Kuwait also would like to add their names on the Saudi Arabia, Colombia, Burkina Faso. Also, we agreed with China is to have it, on file as soon as possible. We have no issues with Venezuela. And, before I finish, a couple of things, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, regarding Portugal, we'd rather to keep the original language. The reason of that is, this language was suggested by Morocco, it was to remove the word fast tracking. Some member states saying, fast tracking, that's, a word that they would not like to see it. So this was more a compromise for the language of fast tracking. So Kuwait would rather to keep the original language. And finally, Mr. Chair, like you said, I think we are agreeing on to mention in your oral report that the approved criteria or the criteria for the urgent or for the exceptional cases, is to be discussed in the General Assembly, where they put the roadmap. Is it another working group? And I might add, not just in your, if you may allow me, in your oral report, not just the criteria, but also if you can add is the definition of exceptional cases, because of this we heard it a lot today. What's exceptional cases? So also in the new oral report is to ask for the agreed criteria, or to a criteria, and the definition of exceptional cases. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Colombia to be followed by Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. So we would like to be added to the wording that Venezuela proposed, and now Burkina Faso, and I think Kuwait also was agreed, also because we did it before. So we like that language. And we agreed also on the China proposition as soon as possible. And I think, yes, I think it's a very good idea. And we would like to propose a language which could be like in a following, I don't know if a following paragraph, so this paragraph won't be too long, but, and I think it captures what Kuwait just said, it could be. Furthermore, the working group, I don't know if we invite the Secretariat or, well, you will help me with that word. Furthermore, the working group invites the Secretariat to recommend possible criteria to define exceptional cases. Would that maybe work? And like that, we know that also, and I don't know if you want to add to be submitted for the next General Assembly, if it's not too much work, but I think we are in a good momentum. So maybe we can actually go for it, but I don't know if the Secretariat will be able to have time to do it. So that will be even better.
Okay, we have 15 more minutes. Now we have 4 delegations asking for the floor. Now don't increase it anymore. It's relatively clear that we cannot get this today. So there are so many issues. Now I would like to ask 4 delegations to speak very quickly, and then ask Tim to come back on some of the points raised. And I will probably have to make a proposal for the future after that. Okay, now Malaysia to be followed by Morocco. Please speak short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, is that Malaysia is uncomfortable with the proposal. It's not clear with the proposal by Portugal. So it would be preferable to go back to the original draft, and would like to add Malaysia's name under the proposal by China, Venezuela, and the last one by Colombia.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Now Morocco to be followed by Venezuela. Morocco, please.
Thank you, Chair. We would also like to endorse the Chinese amendment and the Saudi proposal. Instead of talking about agreed criteria, maybe in French, well, in French the word agréé as opposed to établi. Agréé sounds more like agreed anyway. But it needs the agreement of the General Assembly. So that's why the word agréé in French is more suitable. And I quite agree with Venezuela's as well as Colombia's proposal. Thank you.
Venezuela to be followed by Vietnam.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll try to be brief. We support Saudi Arabia's call for the first para, the part of para 11 to remain as it was originally presented. I think it is best hearing what it has been said. Also, we support China's proposal in regards to as soon as possible. We do also support the Colombian proposal, and furthermore, the working groups invites the Secretariat to recommend possible criteria to define exceptional cases. In this regard, we do believe the criteria evidently and definition as such is important. I would just have one question for the Secretary in this regard. Because at this moment, they should know, I'm guessing, if there, quote unquote, there would be an unforeseen element up for possible inscription under this exceptional basis for the December, the 2022 cycle. I hope there isn't, because especially if there isn't, then I don't think there should be any problem or concern referring to based on agreed criteria, because that would allow us to have enough time to actually come to an agreement with a criteria. But the whole idea is that it will be an agreed criteria. So if they could respond that, I think then we could respond to that, and then I think we can move forward and move on to the next para. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vietnam to be followed by Egypt. Vietnam, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm very brief to save time that Vietnam supports the proposal by China, by Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, and also the last point proposed by Colombia regarding the possible criteria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to support the proposal of Saudi Arabia and the last one for Colombia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, Tim.
Thank you. I just have one little comment, and I hope this doesn't, but I just feel that for the Venezuela proposal, rather than it would not include, would it be possible to say this does not concern? What we don't want is to eliminate inadvertently the possibility of a bureau procedure which was already recognized under the convention. So it would not include means that it could in no case include, whereas what you're saying, if I understand, is that this does not concern the procedures. It would not include cases falling under extreme urgency foreseen under it. So if we could have, rather than this does not include, this does not concern, then it's just very clear, if I may. On the other four, yes, we will work as requested, if need be, to propose criteria within the frameworks. I mean, these have to be agreed on. It's understood within the proper intergovernmental frameworks as they emerge. Time-wise, I'm not really ready right now to say exactly when we might have them already.
Okay, thank you very much. So now on the basis of the discussions, let me sort this out. First of all, thank you for the suggestion for the first part. I would like to appreciate efforts by the Portugal to come up with this formulation. But nevertheless, I have an impression the room does not necessarily support this amendment, and this has a history. This is a short history in the afternoon. So could I suggest that we should go back to the original formulation in relation to the suggestion from Portugal, and then suggestion from China as soon as possible. I don't see, well, many people supported this, but so we should take this. And then suggestion from Saudi Arabia essentially was based on agreed criteria. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I heard that what we have to agree is this, only this, agreed criteria. Then in my report to the General Assembly, I would like to suggest that discussions should take place in the General Assembly, and possibly, well, establish some kind of group to discuss this issue. or perhaps, the General Assembly may entrust this issue to the committee. Whatever it is, the discussion should take place there. So at this moment in time, we don't need to make more specifications about the process ahead. So just take the suggestion from Saudi Arabia based on agreed criteria. Now, finally, Secretariat just clarified that this does not concern is a better formulation. It doesn't change the meaning of it, but concern is probably better. Perhaps if there is no violent objection to this, we can take this proposal from the Secretariat. Now, finally, the Colombia proposal for the Secretariat to come up with some possible criteria for discussion. Nobody has any objection to it, so we can take it as such. Now, what about this as a final agreement? This is my last effort. If we cannot meet if I couldn't meet the expectations of the room, perhaps we have to postpone this to a later date for further discussions. But can we agree with this? Morocco, please.
Oui, Monsieur le Président. Dear Mr. President, that's exactly what I actually wanted to suggest. So I see we are very close to conclude on that point. I do not have any objection. Thank you.
Very much. Anybody who has opposition to this? To my great pleasant surprise, I cannot see any hand raised. This is the last item, so if you don't have any objections to this, we are done, completely done. So, okay, I don't seem to see any objections to this. Thank you very, very much. So as a result, I think we were able to agree on the entire document. This is the end of the working group exercise. Thank you very much. Once again, well, I don't have any text to close this, but do we have any?
Everyone put your mic on and clap.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so,
congratulations, Chair.
Sorry?
Congratulations to all.
Good job, Chair. Good job, everyone.
Yeah, Tim wants to say something, please.
Thank you, and first of all, thank you, everybody. I also feel, I think, as relieved as everybody clapping and smiling at the moment here. Just again, going forward, normally our recommendations will be examined by the 5th extraordinary session of the committee, which is expected to be held on the 31st of May. But what we are seeing now with the recommendations, very few, possibly only one, at this stage requires revisions to the operational directives. And that is the only one I can see clearly now, and we need to go to legal and check this, is moving all international assistance requests to the Bureau is the one example we know actually requires an operational directives. In my opinion at this stage, and to be confirmed, the rest could probably be done by decisions of the General Assembly, which then might be able to go straight. So in that sense, depending on the volume, there might be a possibility of doing this through an electronic consultation of the committee if that's acceptable, or we go ahead with the actual full session. But if it's a full session just to approve one operational directive change, it does seem perhaps a little bit of overkill, and we could do it through electronics. So the proposal, again, we'll need to come back, and perhaps we will share with the committee members informally. But if it's a very small, if the operational directives amendments are not major, they could perhaps be agreed upon in an intergovernmental, in an electronic format, and then the full discussions to have with the decisions adopted by the GA and the recommendations forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just saw communication saying that we have not done paragraph 12, but in fact paragraph 12 I have already mentioned in my statement earlier that we have agreed on the language there in the afternoon session. So I think that is indeed the end of it. Well, if I were a chair of FA, I would probably say, can we agree on this draft decision in its entirety? That's the last thing that I have to say. But I would assume that this is a working group exercise, and because we have agreed on all the components, we are at the very end of our exercise. So once again, I would like to express my appreciation to all the members of this working group, and it was a great experience for me in many ways. And I think we have been able to achieve quite a lot in this working group. And I'm particularly impressed because I have chaired several meetings. I'm particularly impressed by a very friendly and constructive atmosphere in this particular working group. I highly appreciate that. And finally, I have to express my appreciation to the interpreters. Thank you very much for indulgence, and also for all the people who supported us in our work, because there are quite a few people who have been working on this working group. Yesterday, we got a communication at all after midnight. So thank you very much for all the efforts that you have making. With this, I would like to close our working group exercise. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Chair, and thank you all. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, and congratulations.
Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Chair. Good night.
Yeah,
thank you.
Magda. Thank you.
And thank you to Tim and the whole team.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody.